On yet. The August 8th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board will come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Rachel Hendrickson,
Here.
Rick Meinking,
Here.
Roger Beely,
Here.
Richard Duperi,
Here.
Karen Shoup, here, and Chad Reed.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd is absent today, and that means Karen Shoup, our first alternate, is a voting member. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes for July 18th. Before we have a motion, is there any corrections, changes? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve the minutes from July 18th.
Thank you. Karen Shoup has motion to approve the minutes from July 18th. Is there a second?
Go ahead, Roger. Second.
I think I saw Rick Duperi come up with a second first. Thank you. All in favor?
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Karen Shoup, yes, Rick Meinking,
Yes.
and Richard Duperi.
Yes.
Thank you. The minutes have been approved. Item number 5. Before we start, one more reminder that item 7 has been tabled. That is the Sprague Corporation and the Scarborough Beach parking lot, and item 14 has been tabled. Both of these at the request of the applicants. 14 is Crossroads Holdings on a subdivision amendment review. Item number 5 is a consent item. Eric?
Thank you. So Crossroads is in front of the planning board with a 2-lot subdivision that had been previously approved in April. It's currently in front of the planning board since it wasn't recorded in the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds within 90 days, as is required by our subdivision ordinance. Just by way of background, it's the Haggis District subdivision. It's approximately 20 acres in size and undeveloped and borders the town center North District. The applicant's proposing to develop a portion of the approved master plan area as a mix of commercial and office and light retail uses. The application also serves to allow the applicant to begin construction of a road and build a stream crossing in state permitted months of July to September later this year. And with that, I turn it back to the board.
Thank you. Brian, is there somebody from Crossroads Holdings on to say a couple of words on this?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi. Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer representing Crossroad Holdings LLC. Eric summarized the proposed subdivision in front of you tonight. It's just the 90-day period to record the plan lapsed, and we are just looking for reapproval so that we can get this signed and recorded at the registry. And I believe Eric provided the plan there tonight to be signed as well at your leisure. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a draft motion. We have been advised that to enable tracking to take place on some of these motions, that we're going to include conditions that might already have been met. Basically, the conditions track what the original motion was. So the motion is, I move to approve the project titled Haggis District Subdivision Lots 1 and 2, proposed by Crossroads Holding LLC, as depicted on the plan set prepared by Goral Palmer dated 3/16/22, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: The proposal subdivides a 20-acre parcel into 2 lots along Higas Parkway and is part of the approved Town Center North and Higas District Master Plan. The project will include construction of a new public street that will intersect Higas Parkway and eventually connect to Scarborough Downs Road. This application also serves to allow the applicant to begin construction of a stream crossing. Conditions: 1, prior to the recording of the subdivision plan, the applicant shall A, work with staff to finalize a general construction phasing plan and provide the requested erosion and construction details requested in the staff memo dated 4/4/22. B, revise the plan set to show a pedestrian refuge within the proposed island. C, revise the plan set to show a full roadway gravel section to support maintenance vehicles accessing the grass underdrain soil filter number 1. D, address the remaining concerns in the traffic solutions memo dated 3/31/22. E, receive final approval for the street name from the police department and shown on the plan. F, receive approval from the Scarborough Sanitary District Board of Trustees. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, final design plans for off-site improvements and any occupancy of lots 1 and 2 before all off-site improvements are installed as required by the TMP shall be approved by Maine DOT. 3, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall coordinate a pre-construction meeting. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger Beely. As a reminder, this is something that has passed us previously and is passing. The motion is the same as what came before us and was passed. Any questions from the board? Thank you. In that case, please call the roll.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Rick Montague,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Richard Dupere,
Yes.
and Karen Shu. Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. That has been tabled. Okay, I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead, please. No, that's okay. Go ahead. If you receive notice this time, the chances are, I would say, are yes. Is that correct, Eric?
We usually only notice once, but being that this has a lot of interest, staff can certainly notice this when it comes back to the board a second time.
You weren't. Thank you. Very, very nice. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Patriot Realty Saco LLC requests a site plan amendment review for a proposed 20,855 square feet automobile dealership and service facility located at 285 Payne Road, Assessors Map R52, lot number 2. Eric?
Thank you. So Patriot Realty is seeking a site plan amendment review for the approved Acura dealership. The applicant had initially proposed reducing the building size by 410 square feet. But just a few hours ago, they actually indicated that this size would now be actually made larger by about 2,700 square feet. So that is something the board's going to have to look at tonight. They have stated no further impacts are expected as a result of this. Staff main's concerns revolve around updating the plan sets to reflect the current offsite conditions on Payne Road and Higas Parkway. And additionally, staff has also been advised today that a Higas Parkway is preferable to the E911 addressing staff instead of what was mentioned in the staff memo for as 285 Payne Road. So those are the two changes that have occurred since materials have been sent out. And with that, I turn it back over to the board.
Thank you very much. And for Patriot Acura.
Thank you. Eric, I don't know if you can bring up those information I sent you earlier with the renderings. Good evening, board members. My name is Jim Seymour, civil engineer and project manager with Sebago Technics. Here to represent Patriot Acura located on the corner of Higas and Paint Road in Scarborough. We were before the board back in 2018 and 19 with some revisions at that point for the project. It was approved with 21,265 square feet of new structure. This had gone through a contract zone, and I had met several times with Jay Chase when he was here back last year about various revisions. During the pandemic, obviously the car market industry was a little bit unstable, so they kind of waited a little bit longer to see where everything would land. In that process, the soils on this site were not very good. They were soft clays. So they decided to go ahead with a preload to prep for the foundation design. And that's what you see out there now with the soil stacked on the site. That will be able to come off in April of 2023, at which time we hope to start construction for this new dealership. So we've gone through a few iterations, and that's why I apologize in my cover letter. It was a previous iteration and not this latest one. The new actual footprint is 23,985 square feet. If you look at the rendering, you'll see in red what was the outline of the previous approved building. Now the areas in the service area and to the side on Higas Parkway were the sides that were increased in area. And those areas were previously mostly impervious surface of the drive-through areas. So we really did not increase anything as far as impervious surface. We've talked to the DEP and they're satisfied. We will be filing a minor revision, which is just a letter endorsement from them. But going forward, this is the presentation that we'd like to have the board approve this evening. As you can see, it's on the same general location as the previous plan. We did modify the what I call the front plaza area a little bit with some concentric arcs there with landscaping and some display areas. We originally had more parking there, but Jay advised us at that time not to change that because the original contract zone only allowed for the parking along the outer perimeter as is shown. We've added more landscaping to the plan, as you can see, provided some pedestrian areas for customers that come in. And then the side areas were slightly modified, but we added more landscaping. In the rear, you'll see a red box that was previously going to be the car wash area. That has since been eliminated, and we've added more landscaping out behind for their own employees' use for picnic area or whatever. So we're here this evening primarily for the building. With me is Jewett Construction, who can get into details if you have questions about the actual structure itself and the appearance. I can say again, when we met with Jay earlier in 2022, he advised us to put a little more glass on the Higas Parkway side, as well as make sure that all service bay doors were made of some kind of glass components. So those revisions have been made. With that, I can turn it over to Jewett if you have any questions about the structure or what would you like?
I think we'll wait until after the public hearing and then the board will have questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
This item is subject to a public hearing. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a comment? Brian, anybody online with a raised hand?
I don't see any raised hands, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. In that case, public hearing is closed. Let's turn this over to the board, and I'm going to start with the person who so ably ran the last meeting, Rick Meinking. No good deed goes unpunished.
Never again volunteer myself. I really don't have much. I mean, I'm looking, I was under the impression this was a reduction in footprint. And I'm just learning for the first time that it's really an increase in the footprint. But given the applicant's description, I understand what they're trying to do. And I certainly don't think a lot was impacted. There was no need, in my opinion, that lighting needed to be looked at or anything like that based on what you're planning to do. I think it's just a matter of dotting your I's and crossing your T's, because the information we have isn't really reflective of what's happening.
Well, it is. The plan is actually accurate. The labeling is inaccurate, and I apologize for that.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Karen?
So the plans we have is the accurate square footage. It was just
Correct. The plan, the building size, everything is accurate. It was the labeling of the building area that was incorrect.
I think the only question I had, and I didn't have time to look at what the original submission was back in the day, was the elimination of the car wash. I mean, everywhere, every time you go have your car serviced, you buy a new car, they wash it for you. I like to have my car washed. And so I'm wondering why you got rid of it and if you're not going to be maybe washing cars outside or anything like that.
There is a detail area in the back corner, which is used for detailing new vehicles for washing them. However, given the fact that there's a car wash directly across the street, I think the plan is to give vouchers to that car wash for anybody who goes through the service area.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Roger?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about now this design that we have here is,
That's the correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
um,
It was just the labeling on our site plan that was incorrect.
I'm looking up there. I see a little bump out.
In the front, that is just a stoop landing for the entrance. That's not part of the actual, it's part of the foundation, but not part of the actual building. It's just a stoop landing for the main entrance. Just concrete.
Okay. Then on that plan up there, at the top, facing the Parkway, I guess.
Yes,
You're gonna bump it out
yes,
into that, the area where you have landscaping right now.
yes.
So are you basically gonna push all the parking further? So you still have landscaping right there?
That drawing as it stands is accurate and correct. There will still be 2 islands of landscaping there.
I'm talking right up top there. Top right. See where the bump out is?
Oh, the red bump out that's where the car wash was going. That is going to be landscaped area now. It's an entrance into the detail bay, and then the rest will be landscaped area. Before that, parking was right up against the building.
Are we talking about the same spot?
I'm not sure.
Right there.
Yep, that was going to be a car wash previously.
Okay,
So we've eliminated the car wash and made that all a landscaped area.
okay. I guess I'm okay with everything.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, as far as I can see, it's exactly what we looked at before. The one drawing was wrong, so I'm fine with it.
And just let the board know, we're also, I know it's energy environment, we're also installing various car chargers on the site as well.
I don't think anybody objects.
Okay, thank you.
Chad? I'm sorry, Rick, were you done? Okay, Chad?
It's fine.
I believe everything's been covered. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there's one thing that has not been discussed, and that's the proposed driveway onto Higas Parkway. When you came before us originally, the TMP had not been approved, and some of the changes onto Higas Parkway and Payne Road, some of the activities there appear to require some additional work on the driveways and the entrance area.
The project never required a TMP.
No, it was, but one that
yes.
was approved afterwards, and there's
Correct.
already been constructed.
Yeah, there's been
Somebody else,
construction
and there's been
started.
construction there with new lanes.
Yes, and we had reached out to the town about how we proceed because there have been improvements which weren't included in our original design. And I think the memorandum you had from Mr. Bray makes the most logical sense in that we prepare an as-built drawing and then we'll work with both the town and DOT to see how our improvements that are still approved can be applied to the design, because we know there's a lot more players involved with that section of roadway. So we're amenable to the request from the traffic engineer, Traffic Solutions.
Okay, this presents a little bit of a conundrum to me in terms of how to proceed with this, in that all of the board seems quite content with what it's heard in terms of the changes for what's there and what was in the original proposal. But the situation, the traffic situation and the road situation have changed. I have a draft motion that I'm going to read, not as a motion,
Mhm.
but I would like you to listen to it very carefully and tell me if there's anything in this motion that might create, well, wonderful, you now have your own copy, that might to create a problem for you. If there is no problem with that motion, and it does include taking a look at new changes or changes for the driveway onto Higas Parkway. If there is no problem with you with that motion, I will actually read it as a motion. If you would like the opportunity to work with staff on what that motion says, then we will thank you and see you again at another meeting.
Okay.
So I think that's probably the fairest way to proceed with that. So I'm just going to read a draft motion that is not before the board as a motion. It is for the applicant to think about and respond at this meeting. I move to approve the project titled Acura dealership proposed by Patriot Realty Saco LLC as depicted on the plan set prepared by Sebago Technics dated 7/11/22 with the following findings and conditions. Findings. The proposal would involve construction of a 23,985 square foot motor vehicle automobile sales, repair, and service facility with associated landscaping, parking, and stormwater management infrastructure. The site is approximately 16.52 acres and will utilize existing frontage along Payne Road and Higas Parkway. The project is subject to the provisions set forth in the approved contract zone agreement. Conditions. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the plan set should be revised to include additional landscaping and tree plantings along Higas Parkway and Payne Road street frontage, as noted in the staff review comments memo dated 9/23/19. B, revise the photometrics plan as noted in the staff review comments memo dated 9/23/19. C, additional areas for snow storage. D, additional deciduous tree plantings along the northerly, easterly, and southerly edges of the rear parking lot. E, tree plantings and other landscaping within each of the proposed landscape islands. F, additional buffering provisions along the property's northerly border, along the parking area and adjacent to the dumpster enclosure area. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, total $49,292.68. Payne Road Zone 1, $896.58. Payne Road Zone 2, $5,263.56. Payne Road Zone 3, $8,982.90. Payne Road Zone 5, $7,171.63. Oak Hill, $5,285.85. Higas Parkway at US Route 1, $11,880. Dunstan Corner, $9,814. B, pay the in lieu fee equal to the total cost of installing the proposed Town of Scarborough masonry sign, total to be determined. C, pay the in lieu fee in the amount equal to the estimated construction of a sidewalk along the Higas Parkway and Payne Road street frontages. The funds are to be directed to the town's multimodal reserve account. The in lieu fee is $25 per linear foot. D, pay $21,900 to the town of Scarborough for off-site improvements in the intersection of Payne Road and Higas Parkway. E, submit a stormwater maintenance agreement. F, address the traffic review comments on Traffic Solutions memo dated 9/16/19. G, address the review comments in Woodard and Curran's memo dated 9/19/19. H, provide approval by the Scarborough Sanitary District. I, provide approval by the Maine DOT. J, coordinate with the fire department in regards to fire suppression for the project. K, revise plan note number 3 on the overall site plan to include the date the contract zone was approved by the town council. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 4, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall provide a detailed analysis of existing trees along the Higas Parkway and Payne Road street frontages that includes the existing trees, location, size, and species to be maintained and pruned. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All site modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall provide a deed restriction or other form of legal documentation to require the no-cut tree areas on the site remain undisturbed in perpetuity. And let me just check one other thing. So we could add to address the staff comments in 19. In addition, could you read your writing?
Yeah, so just to address the changes in this and the offsites, amending, the board could amend condition 1B that says revise the photometrics plan as noted in staff comment. Instead to say revise the site and photometrics plan as noted in staff comment 9/23/19 and 8/8/22.
Anything else?
That's all I had.
All right, thank you. That's what we propose. And if it's acceptable to you, we'll vote on it tonight. If not, have a discussion with the staff and come back to us.
Yeah, I think we're fine with everything. I know a lot of these conditions we had actually addressed previously, especially a lot of the landscaping, those have been addressed, but I have no problems being placed on the plan as a condition as they've been met already. We'll work with staff on those. And I think as far as all the fees and other conditions, we're satisfactory with those.
All right. Now I get to read this all over again as a motion.
Sorry.
I think, I don't think I need to read it all over, but I do need to remind the board that there is something that is not written on the draft motion that you have, which is number 1B, revise the site and photometrics plan as noted in the staff review comments memo dated 9/23/19 and 8/8/22. Correct. And the, from what the board is reading under the findings, instead of the 20,000 some square foot motor vehicle building, it is 23,985. Just to make sure this is accurate. Are we all set? In that case, I recast my former emotional reading as a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I took notes the first time you read it, so I'm good.
Okay. You all took notes? You're all set? Okay, good. No more questions? Doreen, please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Roger Beely.
Yes.
Karen Shu.
Yes.
Rick Montague.
Yes.
And Rick DePerry.
Yes.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
that was relatively painless.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your patience. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Item 7 is tabled. Item 8, Jake Brown HVAC request a site plan review for development of a contractor business retail space at 754 US Route 1, Assessors Map U29, lot number 2. Eric?
Thank you. So Jake Brown's in front of the planning board with a site plan for establishment of a contractor business and retail space at 754 Route 1. The project would involve construction of a 2016 square foot building, associated stormwater infrastructure. The board saw this application, I believe, back in May as a sketch plan. And staff has since provided comment regarding lighting, further expansion on the site, as well as maintenance, access for stormwater and other infrastructure facilities. These could have potential impacts on the site layout. So The board should be prepared to discuss that accordingly. And with that, I turn it back to the board.
Thank you. And I turn it to the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Austin Fagan. I'm here with BH2M representing JJ Brown Investments LLC. We've worked together with Charlotte Maloney Landscape Architecture and Sean Collin to provide the elevations that you see in the plan set and the building plans to provide you with what you have tonight. We've received technical review comments from staff. We received those on August 5th, and we're currently working through revisions to satisfy staff with those questions. Let's see. So just to give a brief breakdown, I know this is a public hearing. The existing site is an undeveloped field consisting of well-drained soils. The project is not within a flood zone, and there are no delineated natural resources on the project, being wetland, vernal pools, streams, anything of that nature. A test pit has been performed by Mark Hampton Associates, showing that a septic system is able to be built on site. The soils will accept any discharge from the proposed project. The proposed project, as you may remember from our sketch plan meeting, is an approximately 2,000 square foot building, 690 square feet of which is retail sales, and 1,326 square feet approximately of office space and garage space to support the HVAC business. The proposed project will create approximately 12,843 square feet of impervious area and approximately 22,143 square feet of newly vegetated area. That's approximately 0.8 acres of new developed area. Of this developed area, approximately 99.6% of the impervious area will be detained and attenuated in the proposed detention basin, along with approximately 78% of the developed area. The parcel may be eligible for division or future expansion, depending on if public utilities are ever brought to the site. The applicant's hopeful that with the Department of Defense project that's happening in the rear, there may be hope in the future, but they're not counting on it in order to make this project work. There has been a note added to the plan stating that if any future expansion is proposed, then a formal site plan amendment and any additional permitting for the subdivision will be required. The project lies within the town's urban compact zone, so no DOT entrance permit is required. The project has been reviewed by the consulting traffic engineer. There is one comment where we need to provide an impact analysis for entering onto Route 1, but that's a simple form I believe that we can provide staff with in order to satisfy that requirement. Let's see. Based on the ITE 9th edition of the Traffic Generation Handbook, this project's only proposing approximately 7 peak trips in the AM hour and 4 in the PM hour. Based on what the client has told, or the applicant has told me, more or less they get 2 to 3 clients a day showing up to the site. So though it's predicting 7 in the AM, it probably won't be anything close to that based on their actual volumes. A request was made to the Maine Historic Preservation Commission on June 29th, just to verify that no historical properties will be affected by this project. They responded, I believe as recently as last week, stating that no historic properties will be affected as the result of this development. So that portion of the ordinance is covered. And just to go through a few of the major concerns that aren't, technical questions for the project. From the city, or from the town, outdoor storage was brought into concern. The applicant isn't proposing any outdoor storage. Any storage of vehicles is typically done by the employees bring home vehicles on the nights and weekends typically. And anything that might need to be stored on the site can be stored within the garage. And no, no materials that they install as part of the contractor business will be stored outside. That will also be within the garage space that will be provided. Everything else that town staff provided us with was, circulation of vehicles, which we've provided, painting markings on the plan showing vehicle circulation, a dead end sign. I left out a stop sign, regrettably, but that's an easy fix on the plan. The only major changes that may be seen in a future iteration of this project would be the dumpster pad may double in size just based on adding a recycling dumpster to the plan, and some minor grading at the back of the project in order to allow for additional snow storage and an access to the septic system at the back of the property. We believe that most of the comments that were provided are technical in nature and can be sorted out with both the review consultants and the staff. So we hope that pending tonight's conversation with the public hearing and the board, that you may grant the applicants a conditional approval based on satisfying what the review engineers and the city staff or town staff are looking for. With that, I'd like to turn it back to the board for any questions and the public hearing.
Thank you. This item is subject to public hearing. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment? If so, approach the podium. No, Brian, do we have anybody online with a raised hand?
If anyone wishes to speak, you can raise your hand now. I'm not seeing anyone at this point.
All right, in that case, I declare the public hearing closed and we'll turn this over to the board, starting down here with Chad.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So reviewing the.
Chad, could you just lean in a little more? We know you have a very soft voice.
So as far as your fuel source, as far as heating.
Yep.
I would take a guess at what it might be, but as far as that unit, is that exterior mounted? Is it as far as
Propane within the building.
within the building?
Yes.
Really? And this is a vinyl siding with asphalt shingles? Is that?
I believe that is the case. A detail, I believe, was provided on the building plans, but let me check that really quickly.
See the section, just didn't see any labeling on the elevations.
Okay.
And then I was curious with the ADA ramp getting up to the entry. It's a little fuzzy to read from the site plan to get you up to the actual building entry itself.
So if you look next to the ADA space, there is the access area, the access aisle. So entering onto the covered porch space, that will be at grade. Then there will be a at maximum 12:1 slope up there. So it will be a direct access from the ADA aisle up to the front door.
Yeah, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rick DePerry.
I think the submittal's very complete. I don't have any questions. I think you did a good job
Thank you.
explaining it.
Roger Beely, excuse me.
Did you address the stormwater comments on the staff comments?
We're currently working on that. We have, so the stormwater issue, or have you not an issue? We meet the pre and post development requirements. I believe that are you referring to the one in the staff comments or the review engineer comments?
The staff comments
Let's see.
about the snow storage.
Yes. So,
Access road.
yep. So that can pretty easily be addressed. There is some additional storage space that was for stormwater at the back side of the building. We can still make the stormwater work, no problem, if we shrink that up. So the intent would be to, so let me open the plan up real quick. at the top of the page on the northern side of the site, where you see a snow storage area and an invert at that location. We can shrink up the grading in that area to provide a 12-foot access easement around so that you can get to the proposed septic area. And minor grading is more or less the only change that you'll see in this area.
Okay. I'm fine with everything else, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Karen?
My question was on the same subject, but I guess I didn't quite understand the answer. Are you not moving the location? You're changing the location of the snow storage so it doesn't create a problem?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to shrink the size of that basin slightly. There's a lot of additional storage in there, with the type A soils that are on site. You need to store a lot of the runoff in order to meet the pre and post conditions. So we can either, shift it or just provide a flat spot so that snow storage can take place there in the wintertime. And there can be an access to the back of the site to get to the septic system.
Okay, I don't think I know enough about stormwater but it doesn't sound like, it sounds like they're telling them to put it somewhere else.
Yeah, the next
Yeah.
plan would have lines
I
differently.
don't know if I'm understanding that correctly, Rachel or Eric, or?
I certainly think they have promised to take care of it, and we can see that in the next plan set that they have actually done that and when Angela's back from vacation and can comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. What's the purpose of the dead end?
So the purpose of the dead end, there's currently an existing gravel shoulder in that area where town vehicles turn around for plowing. One of the comments from staff originally was they were looking for some sort of a solution to have those vehicles still be able to turn around and not make it so they have to go further down into Saco in order to find a place to spin around. So this dead end will work both as a spot for service vehicles to turn around on the property. And if they ever do extend the project, that can be extended to be a roadway. So it's more or less just addition of infrastructure right now that will serve two purposes.
Being a good neighbor, huh?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Somebody said that it was going to be propane. What are your intentions of a tank? Is it going in the ground or whereabouts on the building will the tank be?
It'll be on the backside of the building.
Torpedo?
Excuse me, because this is streaming, something that you say can't really be heard by the folks online. So if you could either, approach the podium or your representative can say the same thing.
Underground or over? The propane tank would be located at the back of the building above ground, from what I'm told.
I'm just surprised you're using propane for heating. What are you doing for air conditioning?
No,
I don't have an answer to that, but he might.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Jake.
Get
The whole building's gonna
get
be
the
a
expert
slab.
up.
So
And
basically,
please give us your name.
yes, my name is Jake Brown. I'm the owner of Jake Brown HVAC. So yeah, the building's gonna be on a slab, so we're gonna do radiant heat throughout the whole building. So it's gonna be a great source for it. We will have the heat pumps also in the showroom that they could use and try out, as well. But the main source will be propane, just because that radiant heat is one of the best ways to do it. So that's why. Sound good?
Yeah, I'll take it. It's your answer. I respect it, Jake. I guess I have to say I'm satisfied with the answer, but it is what it is. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I want to compliment the architect on the plans for the building. It looks very promising as an introduction into Scarborough. You are at the very end of Scarborough and close to the beginning of Saco. And I think that's a very welcome sort of building that you have there. So thank you for considering things like that as you establish your business there. I had made a note about the several things that you have actually addressed, but I'm just going to briefly run through them to make sure I've got it right. So the you are likely not, you're ready to have vehicles turn around there, the snow plows, the town vehicles. I understand also they've been looking at alternatives. But if they cannot find an alternative, that area can be used for the turnaround.
Correct. Yes, we've actually provided easement lines on the property as well. In case they do need it, that can be drawn up into a deed description.
All right, thank you. You responded to the question on the storage of trucks, in that people take them home, so we don't have to worry about phone calls about the number of trucks appearing in the parking lot overnight and on weekends, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have a note here, I think that's from Angela ultimately, that the maintenance access road that should be designed to provide access around the proposed stormwater facilities and septic system could actually change the drainage in that area. And I think with Angela not being here, I think we're going to need to see that sort of information on the next plan set.
Okay.
How you're going to be doing that. Show where the snow storage is going to be eliminated. Show how the maintenance access road system will be designed. I also note as I looked at the traffic by both the town consultant and your consultant, that there's no mention of impact fees. So I'm going to ask Eric, should there be a mention of impact fees?
Yes, I believe I've actually coordinated with Austin on this earlier this week. So or I guess it would have been last week on how to do some of the calculations, and I've referred him to our ordinances on that. So I believe a minimal trip impact fee would need to be proposed, and they should be coming back with that in the near future. Yep.
All right, thank you. I have no more comments. I think you're in good shape. And work with the staff and come back to us and with due attention to the comments of the board and the staff, and we'll see you next time and
Absolutely.
look forward to having a very positive discussion. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Item number 9, Euphoria LLC is requesting a site plan amendment review for parking, loading, and storage changes for the site plan of mainly tubs located at 24 Immersion Drive, Assessors Map U53, Lot 46. Eric?
Thank you. So Mainly Tubs is proposing to make a previously used construction entrance, a permanent entrance for trucks exiting the site. As a result of some safety issues with navigating the turn for parking areas. The proposal would also add a propane storage area and spot grade and landscaping changes to better serve the site, which is located at 24 Immersion Drive. Staff's only concern at this point is that the board discussed the need for a third driveway and the potential access management implications of that. And I believe Nancy is probably prepared to talk about that. So with that, I turn it back to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Nancy?
My name is Nancy St. Clair. I'm here tonight with Jared Levin, who's right here. He moved. Jared is the president and CEO of Mainly Tubs. And we're here tonight on behalf of Euphoria LLC, our 24 Immersion Drive LLC. They're actually the owners of the building, but Mainly Tubs is the tenant in the building. And as you folks may recall, the site was specifically designed to be the new home for Mainly Tubs warehouse on the site. The building and site plan was approved back in November of 2020. In November of 21, there was an administrative change that was approved to allow additional parking for employees on this outer edge of the site. Hopefully you can see the cursor moving there. So, excuse me. Tonight, we are here to seek some additional minor site changes. We had originally submitted this application under an administrative change request, but we were asked to bring this to you folks to give you a chance to take a look at things and provide your comments. So we're looking for your feedback tonight and hopefully approval on the proposed changes that we have. As Eric indicated, these changes are to address the operational needs of Mainly Tubs. They've been in the site now for almost a year. And as part of that, they've learned some things. They've learned about their business operation and sort of the vision that they had for the building and how it would function internally and externally on the site and what they're actually encountering as part of their daily needs. So in our application materials, we highlighted about 6 different things that we wanted to talk to you folks about tonight. So the first one is with regard to the access from the westerly side of the building. So if you kind of envision sort of a clockwise rotation, vehicles are coming in on the easterly side of the building. They are located, loaded, within the warehouse area. They exit the building and they exit on the west side of the site. Back when the site was being built last fall, the contractor building the site provided an access to allow them to come straight out of the building and access onto Immersion Drive. The benefit to that is that what they have learned is that with their trucks and trailers loaded, they have a difficult time with their drivers either exiting this way or this way without having an impact on the parking that was on this side of the building. So exiting vehicles were intended to come out of the building, come down here, and then exit and come up onto Immersion Drive. Vehicles, larger vehicles that are bringing materials to the building come in, circulate around the building through this loop access, and then come up to the dock area, and then are able to exit and come out onto Immersion Drive. So we provided this sort of ring around the building, and then the vision was that within the building, the trucks would be loaded for deliveries to individual homeowners who purchase these units. So at the time, the other piece of that vision was that the trucks would be able to be stored inside the building at night. And what has been learned operationally is that with all the empty trucks to be loaded inside the building in the morning, operating the forklifts, et cetera, that it became a logistical issue. And so what they are asking to do is to provide, as part of this plan, parking for their trucks and trailers, 4 locations here, 4 locations here, 4 on this side, and 1 additional here. So a total of 13 spaces on the site would be provided for the truck and trailer storage at night, so that those vehicles could come in at night, park, and then as they are needed and as they are loaded for the daily operations, they individually come into the building, get loaded, and then are able to exit. So as I mentioned, the access coming onto Immersion Drive is a proposed new point of access for the site, but it does allow the loaded vehicles in order to exit the site in order to come onto Immersion Drive without, requiring the need to either make a sharp left or right turn and then a switchback turn to come onto Immersion Drive. On this side of the building, we have taken and striped this area here. On the original plan, pavement came out to about this area here. So this wedge of pavement was added to allow a truck to be able to come in, make a turn, and then enter the building straight. So if you think about the lengths of these trucks and trailers, they basically, and the width of the door, they basically need to be straight as they enter into the building and as they exit out of the building. So in order to provide that, we needed to widen out on the easterly side of the site, and we needed to widen out and provide a straighter point of access on Immersion Drive on the westerly end of the site when the trucks are leaving loaded. In 2021, I mentioned that we had an administrative change that was approved, and that was to allow parking that was constructed on this side of the site in order to accommodate the displaced parking that would be needed to be relocated because of the proposed parking spaces for the trucks and trailers on this side of the site. We're actually proposing that they be constructed here, along with the additional spaces here. Now, if you folks remember from the original approved plan, there was an expanded parking exhibit that was prepared for the site that showed parking all on both sides of the drive aisle, on this side of the building, on the north side, and this double loaded parking on the west side of the site. So the vehicle parking is provided in this area, the passenger car parking is provided in this area, consistent with what was on the original plan. The parking that is for the trucks and trailers is in the location that was previously shown as vehicle parking. The reason for that expanded parking exhibit, if you recall, was to address the question if this building were converted to an alternate use that would require additional, more traditional parking ratios. For example, if this were occupied by office, that type of a use, that we would have sufficient parking to accommodate that number of vehicle spaces on the site. So basically we have provided that, it's just that the vehicles we're using are a bit bigger. So that is shown on the plans. We did a comparison in the application materials on impervious cover for this site, and we compared a couple of different things in the package. One was a comparison of this plan, impervious cover wise, to the expanded parking exhibit. And we're just a little bit less. We have about almost 3% less impervious cover based on that. This plan is about 7.8% larger than what was originally approved on the site plan for the initial parking. And so we're still within the allowable limits. We're still within the approval criteria for the innovation district. We have provided you folks with an updated stormwater scorecard for that. So the other items that we have addressed in our package are to adjust the pavement elevation at the rear of the dock area. The dock supplier, the dock leveler supplier, has worked with Mainly Tubs and their specific trucks to determine what would be a more desirable height for them to be able to use the forklift to unload the vehicles. Our original plan had a 48-inch dock height, which is pretty much industry standard. But based on their equipment and their needs, they'd like to have that adjusted to 45 inches. So the pavement elevation in that area is proposed to be increased a bit in that location. And as Eric had noted, we are proposing to have a small storage area for for propane tanks, which is located here. The tanks are used to run their forklifts. So they're the small 5-gallon, 20-pound tanks. They have a couple of other ones that are a bit larger. So they have 4 cages, if you will. They're typically of what you would see if you went to a place to have a new propane tank for your grill. But those are proposed at the rear there. They are on a proposed new pad. And based on comments that we received from staff, I just wanted to address a couple of those items. One of the questions was, excuse me, the separation distance from the building. It had to be a minimum of 5 feet. It is actually over 7 from the building itself. And then there was a comment about bollards. We are proposing 2 bollards, one on each corner that's shown on the plan. And as part of our program, if there's additional bollards that need to be placed based on what the fire department would like to have, we certainly would comply with that. So we've adjusted the landscape plan that's included in your packet to reflect the new edges of pavement on the site, and that's included as part of your program. And one thing I did want to point out is that with the addition of this one-way exit out onto Immersion Drive. One of the things, if you folks will recall from the prior site plan, was in the original approval, this walkway, which connects to a crosswalk on Immersion Drive, that has not moved. But in the original approval, the landscaped island terminated about here, and this area here was all open. There was an approval for about, I think it was 83 feet width from here to the edge of the curb cut on the south side. That was to accommodate two things. One was the maneuvering for the larger trailer trucks, which are bringing the equipment to the facility, and vehicles exiting to come around this corner. With the proposed access onto Immersion Drive for these smaller vehicles that would be coming out of the building, we actually, mainly Tubbs worked with their operations staff and actually ran a truck through with cones and set that up so that they could determine how much they could shrink that lower curb cut, that southerly curb cut. So that's about 55 feet wide now, which is down about 28 feet. So we were able to extend that island area by about 28 feet. And it allowed us to put another street tree in that location. It provides a larger safe haven for the pedestrians that would be in this walkway. But as I noted, we are proposing a new point of access onto Immersion Drive. It aligns with the access, the north edge of the Zoom drain site, which is on the opposite side of the property. It is signed that it's a do not enter, and that's only an exit to allow vehicles to leave the site. And I know that one of the comments that was raised as part of the staff level review was the number of curb cuts on the site. In that there would be a total of 3. As I mentioned, one is only a one-way and it's an exit. But we have reduced the width of the lower curb cut in order to compensate for that. And if you folks do remember, as part of the original approval, this site is actually 4 lots. So it was consolidated, is now just 1 on the subdivision plan, but originally it was 4. So we're asking that the board give consideration to the proposed operational changes to address the needs of the site and allow the proposed changes as we've shown on our plans. So that's my proposal.
Thank you. One of the things that Nancy noticed was that the original request came for an administrative review. I spoke with Eric and took a look at the number of sort of balls in motion on this. No giant changes, but a whole series of small changes, and wanted the board to have the opportunity to take a look at it and weigh in on it. This is now open for public comment. Is there any member of the public here that would like to comment? Brian, do we have anybody online?
I see no one raising their hand online.
All right, thank you very much. Public comment is closed. And I'll turn to the board and we'll start with Roger.
I think everything you've said so far makes a lot of sense. But I was kind of curious, looking at your material. On page 2 was your so-called existing conditions. And I think there's a building there now.
That was the original existing conditions. You
Yeah,
are correct.
Is it possible to take a look at what the approved? Can you pull that up, Eric, or? Just as a comparison, because I don't have any problem with that, but I'm just kind of curious.
I can try and pull it up, but while you guys are deliberating, and I'll let you know when I find it.
Okay.
If you don't mind, it was my notes from back. This was the presentation image that I used back when the site was originally approved. It has my notes as to what the trees are on it. But if you wanted to send that around, that was presentation graphics to you.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I don't have any, I mean, like I said, what you said makes sense to me, from an operational and a safety point of view. I'm all set.
Rachel, I'm Madam Chair. Can I interrupt? Can I go next, please?
Let me ask Roger if you're, Roger's done. So Mr. DePerry.
Yeah, Rachel, Roger said he was done. I never would have interrupted you, Roger. You know that. Nancy, you probably noticed that Acura had a sketch of what existed in the past and what they wanted to change, what the changes were that were included in the amendment. I looked at everything you submitted. I have no clue. Maybe they do, you know, maybe everybody on the side is smarter than I am. I got paperwork that says I'm smart. But I really don't even know what to say. I'm not ready to approve this at all tonight. I mean, you need to show us a sketch of this is what it was in blue. And this is what we need in red. Acura, they're gone. They could coach you on that. I know you're very smart lady. I apologize for that comment, but this isn't normally what you bring us, Nancy.
No, I apologize for that. When we presented the application materials, we were dealing strictly with parking issues and overlays, and I apologize that we didn't provide you with that graphic that showed the clear limits.
Sorry, you always do a great job. I'm very impressed with your skills, and you know, normally you bring me something and but this, I don't know what was there. I don't know what you're adding, the 3 curb cuts, the one way out. I don't like any of that. You have loading docks here that you can pull straight out of, but you're bringing trucks around the back of the building and straight out the front. I just don't understand it. And, you know, maybe I could vote in favor of it, but if I understood it, but I don't, and I don't like that 3rd curb cut, I can tell you that. There's loading docks right over here that trucks can back into and pull out. And when we approve this plan, that's what those loading docks were for. It made sense. It still makes sense. None of this up here makes sense to me. I don't know what's new and what's not new.
So for
So-
clarification, the entrance at the north end of the site is the same entrance that we provided as part of the original plan. The entrance at the south end of the site
Yeah.
is the same one that we provided, but it is narrower because we expanded the island and we're able to tighten that up. The new point of access is the one that comes straight out of the building. And there are 2 operational functions that are going on in the building. One is the delivery of the hot tubs from the manufacturer. Those come on large over-the-road trucks, which circulate around the building, are able to back up to the larger docks at the appendage at the rear and unload, and then exit out onto Immersion Drive. The trucks that we're proposing to provide parking for are the fleet of vehicles that mainly Tubbs has, which are sizable vehicles and sizable trailers, but they're not the over-the-road trucks.
Right.
Those are the ones that are loaded internally within the building. So when a customer orders a hot tub, they may have 2 or 3 tubs that go to different locations, and those crews are loaded in the morning and they're out throughout the day delivering to homeowners. They come back at the night, at the end of the day, empty, and they need a place to be. They had originally envisioned that their fleet would be able to be within their building, but it created a logistical issue inside. So the proposal is to add that additional curb cut in that location. The remainder of the site circulation is just the same as it was on the original plan. It's just that we are proposing to add parking consistent with the plan that was approved for the expanded parking exhibit. It's just the striping essentially is different because it's larger vehicles.
You did a great job of explaining with the 75 feet and the 45 feet here, and I'm not seeing it. So I'm not ready to approve this tonight. I need to see a drawing with the original and an overlay of what you're asking for. And then I can better understand whether or not I feel that it's something that we should approve. And I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels, but that's my comments. I'm not approving this draft motion tonight.
All right, thank you. And if, as you take your turns, other members of the board would like to express their desires in terms of approval tonight or concerns that they would like to see more, as Rick has outlined, he would like to see, please do so that I have a sense of where the board is going with this. Chad?
My question is around the loading dock, and perhaps it was discussed in the original approval, but say there is a truck that is parked and unloading in that furthest stall. How does one navigate around that?
So the primary one that is used is the one that's closest to the building.
Mhm.
But they do have the secondary alternative for one that would be on what would be the southerly end of the docks, if you will.
Mhm.
And so that stripe area is, I believe, 53 feet. So the truck, the trailer itself would be out of the way. You could clear past it. But the truck would be sort of twisted on the cab end of it for that. And so that would be one that was used less, if you will. But again, the opportunity with it being a two-way circulation all the way around the building, if on occasion there were two trucks in that dock area, there would be the opportunity to go in the opposite direction. They manage their deliveries very well, and their truck deliveries for their own product going out is such that it would not conflict with that because they're on the north, they're north of that. They're going through the building and then out.
And the propane storage, is that elevated in any fashion?
No, it would be set right flush with the edge of pavement there, and they're in those cages. The cages are basically metal cages,
So
and they
as
have,
far as snow removal, snow plows,
the bollards would be protecting that from that area.
and so doors or gates would open into the drive aisle?
The pad is deep enough. The cages themselves are about 38 inches deep. The pad's 5 feet deep.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Karen?
Sure. I think unlike Rick, I rely more on what is being presented to me at the time. You know, I feel like I personally have sufficient information to vote tonight. My take on what we've perceived tonight was what she's saying is this is within what's allowed within this property. So this is what we want to do. So for me, I understand there's something already there, but I personally, I don't need to see what's there. She's explained to me what's there. She's showing us the changes that she's made. They seem extremely reasonable, and it makes sense that after operating a business, maybe you have some changes that you need to make. Some of the changes seem like big changes with the building, you know, trucks out of the building and things like that, but I guess that's normal for that district. I guess the only thing that I was gonna comment on is, I don't know how people, but curb cuts, I understand the reasoning behind it. The only thing that I would comment on is, my question or comment is it says that if they do allow the 2 curb cut, it has to be in accordance with the separation requirements under section. Are they in conformance with that as of now? Because I mean, they're saying that's something we need to discuss.
So the separation is, I believe the speed limit is 25 down there. So the separation distance in feet required under the site plan review ordinance is 90 feet. So I don't, if Nancy can provide the distance for that area, I think that would be helpful. And the board can discuss whether it wants to, you know, A, grant that access, but B, if the distance is under 90 feet, consider a waiver for that.
So the separation distance from the northerly entrance to the proposed new entrance is in excess of 90 feet. So we are okay there. It is the one at the southerly end that we would have the need for a waiver on that. And I believe if you measure from the terminal point of this radius to the terminal point of that radius, which I believe is how it's interpreted in the ordinance. That separation distance is 33.3 feet.
Okay, thank you. And again, I mean, I think considering the specific use for what they are and what they're operating there, I mean, they're just trying to make it be safer and more efficient in my mind. All of that seems fine to me. And then the only other comment I had was in one of the other memos we got was just that says snow storage for the amount of pavement on this site to avoid conflict with the proposed parking spaces and adjacent landscaping. So I think there was some comments or questions about what you're going to do with snow storage, considering now there's going to be more pavement.
So with the snow storage, if you look on the rendering here, we do have snow storage proposed sort of in an L shape along this area here, and an L, or excuse me, a little rectangle in this area here. But there's a gap in this location here that is an opportunity for additional snow storage as well. Granted, we don't have a lot of space up against the building, but there is still some in those locations as well. And the trees, if you notice along on this plan, are set closer to the easterly property limit. So we do have a good buffer between there, and that's a meadow planting there.
That was all. Fine.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, I remember some robust discussions we had with that exit out with the loading dock area and making it as wide as it was. And it's refreshing to hear you come back and say we can make it smaller operationally and we can get more landscape. This being the last lot at the end of the road, I think is what convinced me that it was okay to make that tractor trailer access a viable solution. The neat part about the process here is that you can come back to us and say, hey, things change based on the operations that we have. And, you know, if we don't listen to those changes, we're going to lose a business in Scarborough. And that would be too bad. I understand everything you're doing. I believe sometimes, you know, black and white is not as preferable as green, purple, red, and green and yellow. But I understand you did a nice job in your narrative as you presented what you were changing. I understand it, and I don't have any issue with it, and feel like given it's smaller, I think a waiver is, in this particular case, where this is landing within the Downs Innovation District. I don't have a problem with a waiver if that's what's required. And I really, you know, applaud mainly Tubbs for coming back and trying to streamline their process so that they can be a viable business here in Scarborough. So I don't have anything further to add to the conversation.
Thank you. Roger, do you have any follow-up comments?
Well, thank you for giving me this chance. So basically, what we're looking at is we're looking at this entrance to make it more operational, going right through the building.
Mhm.
Then we're talking about utilizing existing parking at the north end of the building for the trucks. And then when the original plan was approved on the east side, there was the additional future parking that's now going to be used for the trucks. Is that correct?
That was on the north and the east,
Okay. All
but
right.
yes,
But that's basically what we're talking.
that's correct.
Okay. And this is all being done for a better operation of the business as well as safety.
Correct.
So I agree with Rick. I could go along with it, but I don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm usually pretty picky about the number of access cuts and curb cuts that a site has. And I do recall some pretty intense conversations about those in the past, including ones leading out to Immersion Drive. In this case, I don't see an issue. I think the traffic flow that is proposed going through the building and out what's been a construction access, construction exit there, makes a lot of sense. And since it allows the southerly entrance to be narrowed, as we had actually asked for before, I think if this building were at the front of Immersion Drive, on Innovation Drive, I probably would have a problem. I do not in this case. I think the location simply creates a better flow for the business of the building. And it's quite possible that if this is ever sold, we might want to, somebody might come and say, well, we want to close this or change this or move something around. I still have a question, a little bit of concern about the bollards situation. And I think I would appreciate it if you would consider putting a couple more bollards to just simply to ensure that snow does not end up in the middle of those of the cages as the plows go along, and the bollards might provide some guidance to the snow plowers to not do that. I do not have a problem with a waiver on the reducing the distance between the middle site and the southern site. I think there will not be confusion over that. I think that's not a safety issue. So I also would not have a problem approving this tonight. I think from what I'm hearing, I understand, Rick, that you still have a concern there. I think what I'm hearing from the board is that probably the folks would vote approval.
Yeah, and that's fine. Everybody's gets a vote. So I don't think it has to be an unanimous pass, but I'm still not.
No, it's okay. I have here a proposed motion, a draft motion, along with a statement written here by Eric that this time is readable.
Good job, Eric.
Look, it's printed.
Oh, wow.
I can see it. Anyhow. I move to approve the project titled Mainly Tubbs Building proposed by Euphoria LLC as depicted on the plan set prepared by St. Clair Associates dated 7/15/22 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the proposal would involve permanent installation of a previous construction entrance provision of additional truck parking areas, a propane storage area, landscaping and spot grade changes to better serve the site at 24 Immersion Drive. Waivers: number 1, section 4B1A to reduce the driveway separation distance of the southern driveway and truck exit from 90 feet to 33 feet. Conditions: number 1, the planning board has determined that the particular building can be occupied or use carried on with fewer parking spaces than required and has reduced requirements for off-street parking in accordance with section 11C in the zoning ordinance. Prior to any change of use and or tenant on the site, the applicant shall provide written notice to the planning department for staff to determine whether the changes should be reviewed by the planning board. And I'm going to step away from a moment from the motion and remind folks that what we are doing is actually providing a trail from the original motion into the amendment. So some of this is going to sound a little strange because it's already been done. Stepping back into the motion, number 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall revise the plan set to include an updated plan title to reflect that the project is located only on lot 46. B, a plan note referring to the most recently recorded subdivision plan for the Innovation District subdivision. C, an updated construction plan for Immersion Drive. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, $17,804.99 total. Payne Road Zone 1, $747.15. Payne Road Zone 2, $1,754.54. Payne Road Zone 3, $7,984.80. Payne Road Zone 5, $1,024.52. Oak Hill, $1,510. Hikers Parkway at Route 1, $1,980. Dunstan Corner, $2,804. B, provide approval from the Portland Water District. C, address the remaining review comments in the civil peer review memo from Woodard and Curran dated 11/12/20. D, address the remaining review comments in the traffic peer review memo from Traffic Solutions dated 11/11/20. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 4, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a copy of the modified Maine DOT traffic movement permit shall be submitted to the planning department. 7, all changes noted by the planning board 8/8/22 review shall be incorporated into the plans. This includes A, updating the site and landscape plans as outlined in the 8/8/22 staff memo. Is there a second?
I second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seconded by Rick Meinking. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Karen Shu,
Yes.
Rick Monking,
Yes.
and Rick DePerry.
No.
Thank you. Motion
you very
passes.
much.
Number 10. And after we have heard number 10, we will take a brief break. Number 10, Evergreen Credit Union is requesting site plan approval for a 3,156 square foot credit union located at 617 US Route 1, Assessors Map U31, Lot 43. Eric?
Thank you. Evergreen Credit Union is in front of the planning board with a site plan review. The board had previously taken a look at this as a sketch plan a couple of months ago. The project would consist of construction of a 3,156 square foot structure with 3 drive-through lanes, parking, and related site improvements. The biggest staff concern at this point is the access to the site. Sebago and the applicant have been great working with staff on the right in, right out and the associated engineering details. But in communication with the fire department, there are concerns about apparatuses from the Dunstan Village Fire Station accessing the site via the, I guess what would be the right out exit. So I believe staff is of the assumption that further coordination with public safety is needed and potentially abutting property owners if another access is pursued. And there's also other details on stormwater that will need to be discussed with the board tonight. And with that, I would turn it back to the board.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Craig Burgess with Sebago Technics. I'm a civil engineer and project manager representing Evergreen Credit Union tonight. The proposed project involves the construction of a 1-story credit union that will be approximately 3,156 square feet. The other site improvements around the site will be 34 parking spaces and drive aisles for counterclockwise rotation around the site. These parking areas will have full access here. New underground utilities will be extended in from Route 1. The stormwater infrastructure will also be improved on the site. 2 underdrain soil filters will provide water quality and detention for the runoff from the westerly side of the site here. This project does involve the redevelopment. So the existing building that's there today will be completely demolished. All the pavement and the utilities serving that building will be demolished as well. And that building was located in this northeast corner right about here. And that was for a doctor's office. And then there was also a residential apartment on the 2nd floor. We did have a chance to go through the comments this morning. And as Eric noted, he's right. The biggest concern here would be the right in, right out. If the board recalls, there was a lot of discussion of the right in, right out during the sketch plan review. And the level of traffic was presented at that time through a traffic memo. The traffic memo that we submitted was for that assumed a 2-story building. So the amount of traffic will actually go down slightly compared to what was presented in the memo. And the amount of traffic, it won't be significant. It will only be about 10 peak hour trips. So instead of an 84 p.m. peak hour, that will be 74. So it's not a tremendous amount of traffic that would be reduced for going back down to a 1-story building. But I did want to talk about the right in, right out, which is opposite Griffin Road here. So the concrete island in the middle will have mountable granite curbs. So emergency access vehicles would be able to go across that mountable island if ever needed. We will explore an opportunity to connect to the mobile gas station here, but because we just received the comments on Friday, we really haven't had time to react to that yet and haven't had a chance to reach out to mobile. But we will certainly explore a connection opportunity that would likely be blocked off with some type of gate and a Knox box so that it's not used for everyday traffic. So it would really be isolated to emergency traffic only. But this right in, right out curb cut, it's not ideal for Evergreen Credit Union. They love the site, they love the location. And given the traffic issues at Route 1, it's really the only opportunity to construct this credit union at this location. We did have conversations with the Blast from the Past diner owner, and they do not want to allow a connection into that private road. So that is not an opportunity at this location over here on the southerly side. The Route 1 here, it's very busy. There are 4 lanes of traffic. There is no internal striped island. I will pull up what it looks like here. So the curb cut would be approximately at this location here that's shown, and making that a lot wider to accommodate a left-hand turn for a credit union just isn't feasible for this level of development. That would mean quite a bit of work within the Route 1 corridor, and it's just a lot for a project of this size. So we would look to the board tonight to accept the right in, right out. We are open to exploring or making these adjustments to the right in, right out curb cut that were identified in the traffic memo by Bill Bray. So we are open to making all of these changes, as well as exploring a connection from the mobile site for emergency. But it's hard to tell at this point if mobile will be open to that, but we'll do our best. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board for any comments, and I would like to gain some feedback on that right in, right out. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is subject to public hearing. If there's anybody, member of the public, who would like to speak to this, would you please approach the podium, give your name and address. And I ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
I have a terrible voice. Please accept my apologies. I live at 8 Broad Turn, right behind the gas station, and between Diner Drive and the gas station. I just want to make sure that the development isn't going to come right through and back of my house. There's a drainage pond behind the site they're exploring between Diner Drive and the site they want to build on. There's a drainage ditch that goes down beside my house, which I was told nobody could ever build on. So if by any chance they decide to extend that way, I would request a buffer between their parking lot or their road and my house.
We'll wait until the public comment period
Yep.
is over and ask the applicant to respond to any issues. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Brian, do we have anybody online?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand at this time.
All right, thank you. Public hearing is closed. Would you care to comment on the request and concern by the member of the public?
Sure. So I'm not quite sure where your house is, but this wooded buffer is being maintained as part of the project. We do propose an under drain soil filter at this location, but for the most part, this buffer.
Could you please explain under drain soil filter so the
Yeah.
public understands what that means?
Sure. This is it's a detention pond for stormwater treatment and detention, but it's not a pond that will hold water permanently. It's intended to drain completely within 24 to 36 hours. So after a rainstorm, you may see a little water, but 36 hours after that rainstorm, it will be completely dry. So that pond is proposed at this location, but you will notice here that this line represents the proposed tree line, and this will all be maintained at this location. And Evergreen Credit Union has no plans to construct any more back in this corner here.
So perhaps you could explain a little bit about a possible connection to the mobile station.
Sure. And it was pointed out in the memo that that connection could occur somewhere in this location here, and that possibly at this location where the transformer is. So if this transformer has to slide a little bit, that's completely fine. But we would have to coordinate with mobile where that best spot is. But it would be along this northern property line somewhere over here.
And the sole purpose would be to provide access to emergency vehicles.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you if that information helps you. Okay. Because we need to speak into the microphone.
There's actually an existing drainage pond between the diner blast from the past, Diner Drive, and the section they're talking about building. There's a drainage ditch that runs down to Broad Turn, crosses it, and goes into the brook.
Let me ask you, what side of the Diner Drive is that drainage ditch on?
If you're going from the diner down towards Broad Turn, it's on the right-hand side. It goes directly from that drainage pond down beside my driveway, literally like feet away from my driveway. And there's a thin strip between the drainage ditch and Diner Drive.
All right, thank you.
There's also an 8-inch water main there too on Diner Drive.
All right, thank
Yep.
you. I think I have it clear. Since you're not going to be approaching Diner Drive or use Diner Drive, is that drainage ditch on the further side or the closer side?
There is a detention pond right here. So blast from the past diner is here. That detention pond's here, which is off of the property, and we will not impact any of the drainage that the ditches, catch basins that direct runoff to that pond.
All right, so there will be no construction.
No.
In that area. All right, thank you. All right. Members of the board, Roger?
Oh, thank you. I gotta tell you, I'm kind of disappointed that you can't get access to Diamond Drive. Because I recall when that diner was going in there, that was a big discussion point. Because the town didn't want them to have a left turn out onto Route 1. So I wish there was something the town could do to persuade the owners. Didn't you say the last time that it might be under new ownership or something?
Yeah, I believe that deal possibly fell through.
Oh, it did? That's too bad. Because this is a good example. I mean, this is very similar to the situation right at Oak Hill here, behind the service station and the bank, you know? And these intersections in town are really difficult. And when you do have a driveway or some access to be able to alleviate a problem, it would be nice to be able to use it. And I wish there was something we could do, the town could do to persuade the owner, to let you use that. Now, going behind, now, I looked at the site on Google Earth, and I think the plan would be to go behind the service station. Would it be, or to go right, you wouldn't be going right into the front of the service station, would you?
This is for connection to the mobile gas station.
Yeah.
That just needs to be further coordinated with mobile gas. It hasn't really been overly explored at this point.
Because I was thinking if you could somehow make an arrangement with the service station to be able to go behind the service station, because they have a driveway right behind there. That might alleviate your problem too with, customers who want to head north.
Yeah, my best guess would be that it would connect somewhere in this location here.
Yeah, did you want to say
No,
something?
go ahead, Roger.
The other thing I wanted to add, maybe Eric, this should be towards you. They have 32 parking spaces allocated for this site. Now, it seems to me most financial, branches now have very few walk-in people. Do you really need 32 spaces?
Yeah, the amount of parking was desired by Evergreen Credit Union. So the parking spaces to the west side will actually be used by the employees. But based upon their other facilities here in southern Maine, that amount of parking is ideal.
Okay, I as I said at the last time you were here, I just think this is such a difficult situation with that right in, right out. And I wish you all the luck in the world and success, but thank you. I have no problem with anything else.
No, the public hearing is over, but I believe the response from the applicant is that none of the areas that you have mentioned are on their property or would be actually touched. Sorry, public hearing is over. Karen?
I would echo Roger and say I'm disappointed. I was not part of the diner drive, but I live in that area, did not know it was private. I watched people cut through there when they're going to Ace Hardware from Broad Turn Road and things like that. I didn't know it was private. I'm disappointed that they're not working with you. I thought it was under new ownership. So I don't know when the last time you had a conversation. I think that's an extremely tough spot. I live on Pine Point Road. I'm coming up there every day. Cutting through the back of Mobile is a mess. Pulling out of Mobile onto Broad Turn, onto Route 1, all of it's a mess. I don't even think that's even a feasible alternative at all. It's a tough spot. I think you guys are doing the best they can with one of those spots that I don't think there's anything that anyone can do any better than that. I, again, am disappointed that we can't somehow try to get Diner Drive to come on board and try to, like, for the safety of their whole area. I mean, if they want safety in front of their diner as well, I would think they would maybe want to work together. That's not your problem. I'm just kind of saying that aloud. Otherwise, I think the town has identified some of the other issues, but, I think they're doing the best they can with the spot. One other question though, if Diner Drive did come around and said, hey, we're gonna let you do it. I have a neighbor here. I'm sure she would like to know, where would you be putting access to Diner Drive if that was?
Yeah, sure. So Evergreen Credit Union will continue to explore a connection to Diner Drive. And that connection would happen somewhere in this area here. So it might involve removal of 2 or 3 parking spaces to make that happen.
Thank you. Rick Meinking.
That was well said. Thank you for cutting through the chase. I'm going to comment on the brightness. Are you worried about the bank getting stolen? Because the lighting is way over the standards.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at that. And if you're going to continue to pursue the 20 or the higher than 20 feet, I would like to see what that would look like coming both directions from Route 1. Because I don't really want it to be known as a stadium or anything like that and have those lights be seen, coming in and out of north and south of Route 1. I think everybody else has covered everything. I too disappointed that the easy solution is working as neighbors. Sometimes neighbors don't get along. I understand that too. You've got a definite challenge here. I'm not sure I could ever go along with just the right in, right out, given where this is positioned on Route 1 in the Dunstan corner area. But I'll wait and see it again. That's all.
Thank you. Let's do Chad. We'll wind up with Rick Duperry.
Just a couple questions. Where would we see snow storage?
Yeah, sure. Snow storage would be proposed along this edge here. This curb at this location is not needed, so we could easily remove that curb and put snow storage back here, and then also a little bit right here. And I understand that needs to be added to the site plan.
And then as well, is a generator being considered at all, or?
Not at this time. We have an HVAC pad here. This is the transformer pad, but there is no generator as part of the immediate project.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I think everybody did a great job of already asking the questions that I had. I think Craig was looking for some feedback on that right in, right out. And I don't have any issues with that. And I also think that from what I read in the comments, we were concerned with the fire truck being able and emergency vehicles being able to get in and out with that right in, right out. But if it's a climbable curve, I don't think that should be an issue. Of course, I'm not with the fire department, so maybe we make that a condition of approval. But for tonight, I think they're just looking for a site plan approval. So I would be happy to approve this based on what I have, with a condition that the public safety folks would have to be satisfied that they can get in and out of that. That's all I have. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I echo what Rick just said about my needing to feel comfortable that the public safety folks believe that they have the access that they need. Whether that's at the mobile or somebody, as the consultant proposed, a dedicated turn lane, which would be extremely expensive and probably not very helpful there. I think I appreciate your willingness to work on all of those issues in terms of how the right in, right out would work. Adding the I think the striping that they mentioned, the mountable curb. I'm going to ask Eric to talk a little bit about lessons learned on right in, right out in just a moment. My colleague Rick Meinking brought up something about the height of the lights, and I did not see that they were going to be any more than 20 feet. Did I must have, clearly I missed that.
Maybe I'm thinking of another project. Were you, let's ask the applicant, what length of poles were you?
If 20 feet were specified, we can certainly go a lot lower with those. I'll have to revisit the photometric plan and the lighting cut sheets.
Oh, yeah, it's 20 feet, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
As long as it's 20 feet or below, I'm fine. Maybe I have it mixed up.
And the lighting plan does say 20 feet mounting height. So I'm not sure if that was the intent of Evergreen or if there were other things to consider, but that's what is shown on the plan.
We'll revisit.
My only concern is the brightness.
We'll revisit that. They don't need to be 20 feet high.
But 20 feet high is fine if you want them. It's within the code, but if you want them, if you can do them lower, we're probably happy. Eric, could you address some of the right in, right out issues that have arisen? That means that we really are taking hard looks at any more right in, right out access.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to do that in my staff intro, but
No, I
that
think
eluded me. So I
this is a good
apologize for
time
that.
now.
Some of the issues we're seeing at other right in, right out sites in town are with this, I call it the ice cream cone. You can call it a muffin top, whatever it is with the cone. And then the longer part of the island. What usually ends up happening is that people turning into the site either hit the very outside of the curbing, or they'll take the turn really tight and hit the inside of the curb, which I think would be on Plan North here entering the site. So we've had sites where there have been signs in these islands that have been run over. So there's certainly issues to be had there, and maybe, we can look at location of any potential signage. I know there's probably going to be, no left turn, stop sign, that kind of stuff, just to make sure that it's not going to be put in a position where it's vulnerable. That'll probably be sort of difficult to do, but we can try and maximize our efficiency from that standpoint. But not only that, but with the emergency access, we have other sites in town that are quite tight in turning into the site. So that's certainly something for the board to consider. In terms of the potential access with the mobile station, that was an idea that we had kind of thought of last week, and it definitely needs more. There definitely is a lot of work to be done if that were to occur, but there's nothing preventing Evergreen from providing a 20-foot access along their property line. I guess the big lift there would be getting mobile to be on board and okay with having that not be being blocked at all times. So for those of you that were asking, I just wanted to clarify that, that was something that was suggested. And I think from what I hear the board saying tonight, that it might be worth setting up a meeting with the Sebago and the Evergreen team and our public safety folks, just so we can kind of have that discussion. And I'm happy to do that if that's the board's will.
I always think that consultation with staff and some of our consultants or experts and the developers is very productive and very helpful to the board in terms of our making a decision when we know that there's been a prior agreement on how things could work in a way that benefits the town and the developer. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your willingness to work with the rest of the information or requests that the Traffic Solutions has. Appreciate that. Do you have any questions for us before we leave this?
No, so it sounds like you'd like to see some more correspondence with mobile gas station and meeting with the fire department before any approval is granted.
I think that needs to be resolved. I think safety access is very important, and that needs to be resolved. And I think at this point, we're not getting the good information that I can see from the fire department that right in, right out is really going to work. If they're comfortable with it, that's different. Right now, it doesn't seem that they're comfortable with it, so I think additional conversation
Okay,
is very important.
okay, thank you.
All right, see you again soon.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Meeting will come to order. Next item on the agenda, number 11, Hannaford Brothers Company LLC request a site plan review for a 41,474 square foot e-commerce order fulfillment facility located at 145 Pleasant Hill Road, Assessors Map R078, Lot 65. Eric?
Thank you. Hannaford's currently in front of the board with a proposal to construct a 41,474 square foot order fulfillment facility at its corporate office headquarters at 145 Pleasant Hill Road. The primary purpose of the facility would be to store and facilitate orders placed online by Hannaford customers using Hannaford To Go. This would supplement the current Hannaford To Go service and be used only by the warehouse shoppers and not be used by residential customers looking to pick up their orders. So the orders would be placed online and then filled here and then shipped out, or not shipped out, but delivered out through smaller vehicles to people in the greater Portland area. I hear from Saco to Yarmouth. Just about. The board did receive several public comments on the project, which has been provided. Some of the main issues flagged by staff are lighting and signage for commercial vehicles accessing the site. And with that, I would turn it back to the board.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Doug Reynolds with Goral Palmer, here representing Hannaford Brothers LLC. Online with me tonight is Jay Lord and Mary Gamage, if there are any questions for them, but they elected to attend remotely this evening. As Eric mentioned, this is a order fulfillment facility where people would end up ordering similar to what you do at Hannaford To Go, but Hannaford To Go, we actually pick it up at the store. This would be only orders fulfilled by team members who would deliver to the greater Portland area, same day, potentially next day for a larger area. Again, I just want to back up a little bit, we were in front of you in May for a sketch plan. Received good feedback from staff and the board. And we provided a site plan application package for the development of the site. And then let's see. So again, this plan is showing my calendar. The general vicinity of the site, where this is Pleasant Hill Road up here, Chamberlain Road tucks down in through the woods over here to the right, and Parkway Drive is under here, where this is the existing Hannaford corporate headquarters, and we're proposing this new facility out in the big lawn here to the south of the headquarters. The proposed parking lot is essentially the same area as the existing parking lot, yet we are adding islands and stormwater treatment within that parking area. It's a net reduction of, excuse me, 0.34 acres within that parking lot. But again, our proposed facility is about a 1.7 acre increase in impervious surface. So again, as part of this, we have coordinated with the Scarborough Sanitary District and the Portland Water District. Portland Water District, we're proposing to connect on Parkway Drive to the front of the building. If you can barely see this green line, there's no sewer down around Parkway Drive, so we're going to have to, we're proposing a force main, pump station and force main out to Pleasant Hill Drive. As you may see in your package, I apologize, I didn't want to go there. We are proposing a under-drain soil filter in the front of the building to treat the stormwater from the existing facility. I mean, for the proposed facility, I apologize, and meet the requirements of the stormwater treatment. Again, as I mentioned, this parking lot over here, the existing parking lot, is being reduced in impervious surface, but at the same time, We are proposing biocells in each of the three longitudinal islands to, in a sense, over-treat what is required, but again, being a good neighbor and treating the stormwater. We provided a building elevation in the package. Didn't have too many comments from staff from the original elevation, so that's essentially the same thing. We had a landscaping plan in our package, which is rather robust for this industrial zone. We received comments from staff late Friday afternoon, and we have reviewed those comments. We don't feel that any of them are incredibly significant and can't be can't be addressed. I think Mr. Meinking was talking about the pole heights of the lighting, and it was our comment. So again, we can address that. Again, right now there's currently 6 30-foot poles in our parking lot. If we go to 20-foot poles, it would most likely be 9. I don't know what your significant increase is, but that's a 33% increase by adding reducing that height. So again, I'll let you comment later on your opinion on that. We did address a number of the board comments, including the fire lane here across the front of the building, which again we coordinated with the fire department. They asked us to widen that. I noticed there was another comment, and again we can review that with staff. One of the larger comments was the gig space. That you may recall from the sketch plan. We designated 6 spaces for gig drivers. Those have been eliminated from the site plan per the request of the board. We did decrease the width of our van spaces. We did provide in our package the truck or the van that's going to be delivering, and we determined we were able to narrow the width to the normal 9 feet, but we did maintain those van spaces as 20-foot spaces. Staff did also mention coordination of a parking space or parking spaces for the Eastern Trail. At this time, the Hannaford brothers didn't want to make the final location and configuration of that those parking spaces as a condition of this project, but you can make the condition that we coordinate with the Eastern Trail for that parking space. I'm sure I missed something, but with that, I'll leave it to you guys for questions.
Thank you. This is an item that is subject to public hearing. Let me say that we have received information and comments from David Jordan and James and Cynthia Rand. The board will take those into consideration. And saying that, is there anybody in the room who would care to make a comment? Please approach the podium. Brian, how about online?
I do not see anyone raising their hand online, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. In that case, public hearing is closed. Let us move on to the board. I hardly know where to begin. Let's try with Karen.
Madam Chair, I have to correct myself. I do see a hand raised here. If you care to.
Okay, in that case, I will reopen this for the public hearing.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
And whoever is online who's going to be speaking, please give your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes. If it is somebody who has sent us comments already, please try to expand upon those rather than simply repeat them. Appreciate that.
Good evening.
Amanda?
Yep, I'm Amanda Savio and I live at 21 Chamberlain Road. So my first concern is that apparently this has been going on since May. And the residents on Chamberlain Road were just alerted about 2 weeks ago in regards to this new warehouse. The issues that I have with it, you know, I actually hope to go back and get this opposed. The issues that I have with it is you're using Pleasant Hill and Chamberlain Road interchangeably. So Parkway Drive is actually on Chamberlain Road. The warehouse that's going to be developed is closer to Chamberlain Road than it is to Pleasant Hill Road. From my backyard, you can open up my back door if you want to come over at 7 o'clock in the morning. Hear the birds chirping and hear the Mack trucks coming through and their horns and their engines. Other issues we have on this street is the amount of cut through traffic, in particular, the employees of the corporate office right now. I leave for work at about 7:30 every morning. I usually drive behind somebody who's speeding. We've spoken to the town multiple times. There's not much they've been doing about it besides pulling people over. As I see them speed down the street, they turn onto Pleasant and immediately turn into Hannaford. The other thing is if you look down on the corner of Chamberlain and Highland Ave, there's a sign that says no through trucks. There, I'm assuming it's Hannaford tractor trailers. I'm not sure, but we have tractor trailer trucks cutting through this road all the time. I even hear them at 3 a.m. I've lived on a busy street in Portland, and I know what a tractor trailer truck sounds like driving past a house at 3 a.m. And it's definitely a tractor trailer truck. So I'm hearing that we're going to be doing deliveries. So my first concern is these delivery trucks turning out onto Pleasant, turning down Chamberlain, and using it as a cut through. So we're going to have an increase in traffic. I have 2 small boys. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Between Hannaford employees cutting through and between disc golf place, we have so much traffic and excessive speeding, so much so that a few weeks ago, somebody hit the telephone pole out in front of my house, just missed a car in my driveway by inches and drove across my front lawn. So we're going to add a warehouse that's going to produce more traffic, more cut through, and a bigger safety issue, butting against the residential area. There's going to be increased noise pollution. There's going to be increased light pollution, and there's going to be increased safety risk for myself, my children, and my neighbors. So I don't know if this is a great fit for this area. I'm happy that Hannaford is expanding. I'm actually a nurse in home care. I understand the disabilities of patients that need to have things delivered to their house. I propose that this go someplace else. They can expand in an area that is not up against a residential street.
Thank you. Brian, anybody else online, please?
Yes,
All right, John, please give your name and address.
John, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, I did then. John Butler, 19 Chamberlain Road. I agree with everything that Amanda just said. I'm also concerned about the hours of operation. As it is now, the trucks that go down Parkway Drive have no respect for the residents of the neighborhood. They're always using their Jake brakes. You can have the windows shaking. The noise will happen at any time at night, early in the morning. There's not much of a buffer zone once the foliage is gone. The trees are there now, so the noise isn't quite as bad this time of year, but it's still there. But in the wintertime, the noise will be horrendous. What are the hours of operation going to be for this facility?
We will ask that of the applicant when the public comment period is over.
Okay, so as I said, I think there's a better location someplace else in the town that doesn't abut a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian? It's appreciated.
I do not see any other hands raised.
All right, thank you. I'm going to once again close public comment. And I will ask the applicant what the hours of operation are going to be.
Trying to confirm that quickly, but again, the actual pickers and et cetera will be going in at different hours of the morning, early picking and things like that.
Can you define early?
Again, 3 a.m. to that effect. Again, in our traffic application, there was a distribution of the traffic. And part of them was arrivals at 3 a.m. and the like.
And it's over at
7 p.m. I believe, I'd have to confirm that. Oops.
Mary Gamage, who was part of the team.
Yep. Mary.
All right, if a member of your team has the response.
Yep.
We will hear her.
Hear me?
I can hear you now.
Great. Mary Gamage, Director of Real Estate for Hannaford. So that is accurate that there would be people inside the building picking grocery orders. It could occur depending on, how busy time of year it was. There could be pickers in the building, in the middle of the night. But if that were the case, it's basically, a small group of people who are operating inside that building, actually just kind of doing grocery shopping and picking orders and getting them ready for deliveries. So the deliveries would then, there'd be Hannaford, basically kind of like minivans operated by Hannaford, which would be picking up the orders. And they could be picked up as, very early in the morning, as early as I'd say 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And those orders would continue on. As Doug said, it'll be sort of staggered throughout the day, picking up orders and then taking them out into the community. And I think the last orders would be picked up somewhere around 10 p.m. I mean, and those are probably not very many because most people don't want their groceries delivered that late at night. So you can imagine it's kind of a bell curve where people are getting their orders delivered at convenient times, either in the morning before they're leaving for work, some throughout the day, and in the evening hours, and then pretty much falls off after that.
Thank you. Can one of you explain to me what instructions employees have in terms of how they access the site? Are they told to access it from Pleasant Hill Road?
Yeah, so the vans or minivans that would be, drivers that are coming in to pick up the orders and then delivering them, the main access point would be the Hannaford driveway on Pleasant Hill Road. So they would access through that driveway, come into that parking lot, pick up the order, and then exit same way they came in.
And the other employees, the pickers?
Same thing. Their parking would be in that same area, parking lot area. So that would be their way in and out, to just park their cars and access the building.
So the trucks, so that the trucks that are actually delivering the groceries in bulk to the facility, that's the only traffic that should be coming in via the Chamberlain Road, Parkway Drive?
Correct.
That's accurate.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I needed to clarify that for the folks online who had questions. Not clear that would be the answers were happy, but they needed to understand how the business was going to work there. So let us turn to the board. And I believe I suggested we start with Karen, did we?
a lot of public comments. Our I feel like one of the residents had said tractor trailers are not allowed on Chamberlain Road, or are there specific, are they allowed on any sort of road, like, no through cuts? 'Cause I'm not familiar with the area. I always rely on what people are telling me about the neighborhood and what's going on there. So I'm wondering how the tractor trailers are getting there. Are they cutting through the neighborhoods? And where is all the products coming from, and when is that being delivered? I understand you have employees coming at 3 a.m. to fill the vans, but where is the food being produced? I actually don't even know what is done there. I thought it was all business offices. I did not know that there was like a warehouse aspect and that there was tractor trailers going in there. So I think maybe to understand the history of it is, you have individuals complaining, but you're also like, you bought a house next to an industrial zone, but you also want to be a good neighbor. So I think some of the questions I have are directly in response to the neighbor comments that we have. In specifics to the tractor trailers and which ways they're using. Are they using the correct roads? Can we maybe restrict that to maybe be a better neighbor? We have a very long letter from a neighbor who was saying that, well, first there was some that Parkway Drive was only supposed to be used for emergency access. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's something that I would like to know. I think it's very easy for people to get slipped into, oh, well, this is the easiest way, and now we're just going to start using it. It says that lights were installed in 2018. Was that something that was approved by the board, or was lights just put in? Because the neighbors are showing some pretty bright lights that are showing right through the trees, right towards their properties and stuff like that. I'm sorry if these are somewhat kind of vague comments, but I guess lighting would be a concern of mine, and maybe trying to accommodate and be a better neighbor is kind of the concern I have generally. Seems like maybe when Hannaford went there, they were probably a very different business at the time, and they're expanding a lot more. And I'm just hearing the feedback. I hope that Hannaford will respond to it and want to be a good neighbor. I wonder if there is somewhere better to put it. In regards to specifics, in regards to site plans and all that stuff, I don't have any other feedback.
All right, thank you. Rick.
Well, I'll start with, you have way too much illuminations going on in that parking lot. You exceed the IES quite a bit. I'm looking at here, couldn't read the one in the book. I want to get it right. 2.6 average on the load and dock areas, but the parking areas are 2.4 foot candles. And I would like to see a photometrics that shows the bleed off to where will we get to zero. It ends with 1.1, and we typically want to see a photometrics that shows the direct cutoff. Does anybody know what the height of the corporate office lights are? To you, Mr. Applicant. Sorry, I forgot your first name. Do you know what the height of the existing fixtures are in the corporate parking lot?
I do not.
I would encourage you to take a look at that and see before you go and ask for higher than the ordinance allows. But regardless, even if they were at 30 feet, you can do a better job cutting off than what your photometrics is representing. I wish our traffic pro was here, but she'll have an opportunity to weigh in again. So I'm gonna not talk about traffic and leave it at that, because we'll see this again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger.
I am familiar with Chamberlain Road. I live in the Pleasant Hill area, and that road is not really a great road, but it is a very convenient cut through. So the way I see this, the building itself is not the problem. It's the access to the site. Who's using the access, and I would think that I would agree with Rick if you can make sure the lighting does not intrude into that neighborhood. That would be good. And if we could somehow, I don't know, can we I wonder if that road is one of the roads like in the spring when they don't allow trucks on it, because it's not that great a road. It's especially but I use it to cut through to get over to Black Point Road, it's just a very convenient way to get there. So if we could somehow prohibit trucks from using that road, I think enforce them basically, if they want to get over to Black Point, have to go up Pleasant Hill and over Highland. Highland. That would be beneficial. I just want a clarification too. The last time you were here, didn't you say you're going to have like 10 or 12 vans, delivery vans?
Yes.
And weren't they going to be positioned so they go out into the regular parking lot and go out through Pleasant Hill Road?
Yes.
And that's still the case, right?
Yep, that's it. That's exactly what Mary indicated.
Okay, so the only vehicles that will be going down Parkland will be the delivery, probably tractor
The
trailer.
grocery deliveries. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, are they coming from your warehouse in South Portland?
correct.
Okay, will they be coming in the evening at nighttime, or will they be coming during the day? Do you have any idea?
It would be random. Mary might be able to shed a little bit of clarity on that. But again, it's like you said, they're gonna come from Route 1 in South Portland. They're gonna come from Rummery Road, that area. They're gonna come in here, turn down here and turn back, go out, and then go back to South Portland. There's no need for the trucks to be going Chamberlain Road. And again, I believe there's quite a bit of signage at this small section of Parkway Drive that no trucks through, but I can't confirm that.
Because there's another access road out to Pleasant Hill Road further west.
Yes, and again, they could be going that way as well. Like you said, they can turn in this way, come this way. They have the ability to do that. But again, this Parkway Drive, and I don't know the history of it. This existing facility down here has a lot of trucks as well, and I assume that a lot of those trucks are going there now. There are no trucks at the existing headquarters
Right
now. That's only corporate headquarters.
Yeah, I don't know how long Parkland Drive right there going on to Chamberlain has been there, but it's my impression that it went in there when that large warehouse was built. Because that large warehouse is not that old, I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I guess if we can just satisfy the abutters' concerns about lighting and the traffic. And I can understand, I don't know how you can stop employees of Hannaford cutting across Chamberlain and frankly cutting down Parkway to go into the parking lot from the bottom. I don't know how you can stop that. It's right there. So, but if we could somehow make sure if we can somehow restrict the heavy trucks. And I don't see them actually going on Chamberlain, frankly, if they're coming from South Portland on Route 1 up Pleasant Hill Road and down Parkway. I don't know why they'd be going down Chamberlain.
They wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe, I think maybe the bigger concern is that the residents there are just seeing a lot of the regular employees of Hannaford using that road. And the fact is, it's a public road. You can't stop people from driving on a public road. I don't believe so. And how many people are going to be employed at the place?
Um, Mary, do you have a number on that?
I apologize. I don't have that right in front of me, but we can get that figure. I don't want to say the wrong one, the wrong amount. But coming back to the trucks, I do want to just kind of make sure everybody understands that we do not have any kind of trucking going on to the corporate office at this point. So any trucks that are coming down the Chamberlain Road onto that Parkway Drive are definitely going to the building that is behind Hannaford. So we do not have any trucking coming in and out of that corporate office at this point. I will say that we can certainly bring back the feedback that there has been some speeding and activity like that in the area. So happy to make sure that we bring that back and communicate that across the organization and just make people aware. But definitely, as what's been said, the trucks are coming from our distribution center. It would be no more than one big truck a day. Very often they come in the morning. They can come at other points during the day, but it'd be sometime probably morning to midday. And they would be delivering, the groceries to the store so that the pickers that are in there can actually pick the orders. So they'd be coming down Route 1, down Pleasant Hill Road, coming into the site that way, and then going back up Pleasant Hill Road.
Okay.
Be the typical route.
Yeah, I just, I suspect most of, if there are tractor trailers or heavy trucks on that Chamberlain Road, the destination is probably that warehouse that's right there. So, I think, I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. Rick.
I'm still doing math, but so I appreciate the trucks pictorial that you gave us. We asked for that last time, put it in the package. So my concern is the same as a lot of the folks that we've heard online and got letters from is the actual traffic that you're looking at. And I'm still trying to figure it out a little bit. So I think what you said in your narrative here for that you came up with the fact that you're not paying any trips. Let's see, AM peak trips 27. So this is based on distribution of employees throughout the day. The delivery trucks, if I do my math right, hold 336 square feet of stuff, okay? You got a 41,470 square foot warehouse that's 27 feet high. If only 30,000 square feet of that warehouse is actually used to store stuff, you've got 600,000 square feet. And I'm not even sure if that's right. I think I got to do some little bit more math here. No, yeah, that's way around.
First time they fill it, it's gonna take
So-
2 trucks.
My point is that with 12 trucks, your turns aren't near what they need to be, and I'm sure Hannaford knows that. So how many trucks are you really going to have, and how many trips per day are they going to make in and out of that warehouse? And the other thing is, and I'm not saying that you're trying to mislead it. I'm just thinking that something in here isn't making sense because it doesn't add up. I mean, I did the math on the trucks, 330 square. That you would have to fill. I mean, if they did 10 trips a day, they still wouldn't be emptying that. I know the intent isn't to empty it. And the definition that you used out of the 11th inch, the 10th edition of the trip generation manual, you say, well, it doesn't fit because it's 200,000 square. It's the definition is 200,000 square feet and 24 feet high. Well, and you're only 41,474 feet high. I mean, square foot. But you're 27 feet high, so you meet that one. But if you look at it, it says is primarily used for the storage and consolidation of manufactured goods prior to their distribution to retail locations or other warehouses, okay? So that part of the big key here is that it's distribution to other distribution locations or retail, other warehouses, distribution warehouses or retail locations. So if you have a 200,000 square foot warehouse and you're bringing in tractor trailers in the morning, let's say, and then you're distributing that material with tractor trailers, there's a lot less trips generated than if you're using cube vans that hold 336 square feet of material if you stuff them full. And I was generous on that 336 square foot. I rounded up a couple of times. So you either have more than 12 trucks or you have to have more than 12 trips because even at 10 trips a day, you wouldn't turn that warehouse fast enough. I know a little bit about food stuff. So, and those trips are those trips are the delivery vehicles. I don't really even see in this traffic. I mean, I don't, this traffic study doesn't make sense to me. So I want a peer review on this traffic study before I would do anything on this warehouse. This definitely needs a peer review. I mean, we need to look at what the normal turns are for a warehouse like this and how many trips these delivery trucks are making. And the other thing is that early on in the very first meeting, we talked about Uber Eats and things like that. And those generate trips. And we were promised that those wouldn't be in and out of there.
We got rid of.
So, and I understand that you're telling me that.
Yeah.
But I also understand that what I'm looking at here for 12 trucks, the size of this warehouse and what those trucks can hold. I even subtracted out the refrigeration and the thickness of the walls for you. I think there's going to be a lot more trucks and a lot more trips than what these three pieces of paper are telling me. So I'd want to see a peer-reviewed traffic study. And then, you know, I would want to somehow make sure, and I don't know how we do that. I guess I'd have to talk with some folks on staff, how we make sure that they aren't actually exceeding what the permit, what they told us here today, because that's the challenge is we do site plans and give approvals all the time based on what people tell us. And then unless we put it in the deed, I don't know that we have any recourse if they do something different than what they tell us. You know, if they make a bigger building, obviously, we're going to see that. If they've got to cut down a bunch of trees next to a stream after we told them not to cut down the trees next to the stream, we're going to see that. You know, if they run 12 trucks in and out of there 3 times a day the first week, and then this poor lady's kids are playing next to the street, and these guys are trying to empty this warehouse because they got to make 14 trips a day, I'm very concerned about that. So, yeah, I need this traffic study to be peer reviewed for sure. And then we need to make sure that Chamberlain Road is posted. If it's no tractor trailer trucks are supposed to be going down there, we need to have that posted. And, you know, we have a police officer sitting down at Proud's Neck all day long, and I understand that's all funded, but let's sit someone outside of there and make sure that trucks don't go down there if that's what we have to do. I know the police are very busy and they work hard, but there's kids on that road. So that would be my thoughts. I'm not ready to move this forward, honestly, until I see this whole traffic thing peer reviewed, because it doesn't make sense to me at all.
Eric, and board members, I'm very comfortable asking the staff to ask Traffic Solutions to dig deeper.
Yep.
And come back with us with some responses to what Rick has questioned.
And if I could just add, I think one of the points that Bill actually made in his memo was that we don't really know the type of trip generation that's associated with a facility kind of like this. And he recommends looking at the trip generation of similar facilities in New England, where field studies could be performed. And if there aren't any, estimated trip generation for employee trips, delivery vans, semi and straight axle truck trips. So I think there's certainly more information that the applicant can provide, and staff is happy to work with them on getting that to the board and meeting its level of satisfaction.
I would like to have it peer reviewed and also the traffic study. And I understand we can try to look at other facilities that are similar, but there are rules that food warehouses go by. They have to turn the food at so many times. And so based on the size of the warehouse and how many times they have to turn it, you can figure out how much food has to leave there. So if we need to get a peer reviewer that's familiar with, that type of thing, that's what we might need to do if we can't, because the definition, I'm going to read it one more time just for clarity. Okay. It typically, they use one on the 11th edition that says a site that typically has at least 2,000 square feet and is used primarily for the storage and consolidation of manufactured goods prior to the distribution to retail locations or other warehouses. We're not talking about putting 2 bags of groceries in the back of a truck and bringing it, one truck could have going to 30, 40 different houses and then zipping back to load up again. So we're not talking about tractor trailers in and out. And I know that tractor trailers aren't, the thing about a tractor trailer is you can turn a warehouse quicker with 10 tractor trailer trucks than you can with 12 trucks that hold 336 square feet. So because there's no definition in the book that calls this out, that's what makes this part of it harder. And they came up with, even with the number of employees and stuff, it came up based on the distribution of employees throughout the day, shift windows, and multiple delivery windows. The forecast trip generation is 27 peak AM and 64 peak PM. And based on earlier discussions in the last meeting, they said, well, we're not going to generate a lot of peak trips because people aren't home. We have to deliver before they leave in the morning, and I don't see anybody unloading groceries at 7 in the morning, but maybe someone does take their groceries in, put them in the refrigerator at 7 in the morning before they try to leave for work. And when people get home, people leave work between 3 and 4, 6, 5 and 6 or whatever, but there's going to be more peak trips than that, I think. So I think I've said enough. I don't want to waste everybody's time more than I have, but this needs to be peer reviewed. And if there's not a definition that fits, then maybe we do a condition that says we're granting you this site approval or this approval to build based on this many trips. And then we monitor it. We have Bill Bray go out there. He does it all the time for us. Go out there and sit and watch how many trips they actually make, and then make an adjustment and put that in the conditions of approval, that an adjustment will be made 6 months after the site's up and running, the place is up and running, so that we can make sure that they're paying their fair share and there's not more traffic there than we thought there was.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Mary Gamich has her hand raised. She may have some answers to some of those.
All right, yeah, I believe. Mary, go ahead.
You're muted, Mary.
No, I think I hit her wrong.
And I won't take too much time. It sounds like certainly we're happy to go back and provide a little more information, but I did just want to clarify that a good way to think about this, it's a 41,000 square foot. It's basically like a 41,000 square foot grocery store. So inside that building, it will be set up the way a grocery store is set up, with aisles of food, and the people that are in there picking orders are basically going around with grocery carts like a shopper would. And they are picking the orders and getting them ready. And then they bring them out and load them onto the small vans that take batches of orders to neighborhoods for delivery. So our stores, we have a lot of stores that are in this same size range in terms of, like 36,000 to 45,000 is a very common size for our stores. And that is absolutely the large truck delivery traffic that we have to service those stores. We get one large truck delivery per day to service. And I think that the way to think about it is, there's a lot of dry goods in those stores that are not turning on a daily basis. Clearly fresh is turning very quickly, but dry is not. So, but we can absolutely, bring some data back that helps to support how that would function. And coming back to the Uber Eats, I did want to just, because I know that was an issue the last time. And I personally went back and talked with our folks that do the operating, how this is going to be set up. And I made sure to clarify that we are not leveraging gig drivers for this operation. We're hiring Hannaford drivers. They'll be using Hannaford vans. And we do not anticipate at all using gig drivers, so that we were very comfortable taking those parking spaces off and confirmed that that is not part of the operation.
Thank you, Mary. Chad.
Hi, Doug. This one's maybe a little easier, but is there a on-site generator?
There will be.
Okay.
There will be.
and-
It's directly in front of what's that?
Would that be enclosed or?
It won't be enclosed, but we'll landscape it. And, kind of hide it.
Yeah, and decibels and noise reduction.
Yes.
And that's all I have.
Thank you. I believe Roger has another question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going back to the situation with the abutters. And actually, when Rick was talking about giving us all this information, I was thinking about the vans, the delivery vans. When I was talking to you before, I was talking primarily about tractor trailers going up and down Chamberlain, which I don't think is yours, but delivery vans could be. And that, so I think if there's some way where we can direct the delivery vans, if they want to head south, like over the Black Point Road or down to Saco or someplace like that, and they don't want to go off Pleasant Hill Road, and try and direct them to up Pleasant Hill Road to Highland, to get over to Black Point. In other words, avoid whatever we can do to avoid Chamberlain, to put more traffic like these delivery vans on that road. And the only other comment I would make is that this is a brand new enterprise. There's probably very few comparisons anywhere. So I suspect if this is successful, there will be changes. Some things will happen, and they may be before us again for some changes. So I doubt if the way you propose it, if everything's going to go just the way it's set up, that something may change. That's all I have. Thank you.
I had one question real quick.
Sure.
Right now, Hannaford To Go is operated out of each Hannaford. And what I heard tonight was that you're going to be delivering between Saco and Falmouth. I'm wondering what Hannaford's ultimate end goal is. Are you completely eliminating the To Go at the other stores? Thank you.
Nope.
Okay, that was the question.
Not at all.
All right, thank you. My colleagues have pretty much taken care of most of the issues I had. Under the parking, you requested a waiver for required off-street parking. I don't see any problem there. And as the staff noted, you really don't need a waiver. But we are allowed to authorize it if future spaces are shown, and I believe they actually are, and you've talked about them at the basketball court, is that?
Yep, exactly. That,
Okay.
you can
So
see-
that's been taken care of. The lighting, if you look at percentages of very small numbers, you can get very dramatic percentage increases. An increase from 6 poles to 9 poles, I don't consider significant. So I think the 20 feet is appropriate. Certainly the full cutoff and changes in the lighting, the illumination engineering, the illumination there. I do think that there may be a role for code enforcement to take a look at some of the other sites around there that are not Hannaford's. If those lights that the Rands, I believe, have given us, if those pictures are accurate, and I have no reason to believe they aren't, from one of the other sites there, those lights certainly aren't full cutoff and they're supposed to be. So I would offer the suggestion that code enforcement might want to take a look at whether some of those other warehouses are in violation of our night sky ordinances. That has nothing to do with what you're doing. I'm just simply suggesting that there are ways that some of these issues can be taken care of, because in some respects, they aren't your issues. They are issues of that whole site. That includes trucks and employees going down Chamberlain Road. People are going to do that because it's human nature to find a shorter way to get into a parking lot. But that said, beefing up signs and certainly letting employees know, and since the tractor trailers are driven by Hannaford employees, it would be very easy to say, don't do that in terms of going up Chamberlain Road. And for the van drivers or for employees who decide that it's wonderful to cut down Parkland, if they're coming down Chamberlain Road, it's also easy to put a notice in people's emails, employees' emails to say, again, don't do that. So there are some things that you can try to control. People are always going to try and figure out how to avoid that control. There's only so much you can do. Let me see what I have. Otherwise, I've got a question on that actually just occurred to me as I was looking at the architectural designs. And I'm looking at, I don't see a number on it to sketch the elevations. Are any of those runs for the east elevation and west elevation, south elevation, are any of those runs facing streets or residential areas, and are any of those runs over 100 feet?
Yes, they're over 100 feet. The bottom one is facing Parkway Drive, which is not residential. The second from the top is what's facing Parkway Drive towards the Chamberlain residential. And again, the second from the bottom is what's facing Pleasant Hill.
Here's the thing. We do have design standards that ask that buildings that face residential areas or public streets, if their runs are over 100 feet, that there be some alteration in the design so that the runs are broken up. Now you appear to have on the east elevation a little bit of an alteration.
Yep.
But I personally don't think it's very much. So please consider some alternative finish that's possible. Some shadow lines, something that breaks up the bulk of the construction.
Yep.
It's possible to do very creatively, but visually it's extremely helpful. And the standards, the design standards do ask for it. That's all I have. I think you have enough information from the board to come back to us with a this is already a good design and you've answered an awful lot of our questions and I appreciate it. But you can tell that there's some uneasiness on the part of the board. And I would appreciate you coming back to us with addressing those issues.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 12, Crystal Spring MHP LLC is requesting final subdivision approval for creation of a 27-unit age-restricted retirement community. The property is located at on Crystal Lane and further identified as tax map R3 Lot 6A. It is now 25 minutes past 9. As a reminder, we do not take new applications after 10 o'clock. So those of you who are here for AR Building and Atlantic Federal Credit Union, remembering that Crossroads has been tabled, you're perfectly welcome to stay. It's very possible that we could get to you, but you could decide how you want to go with that. If any of you decide to leave before if you think that the deliberations are going to take enough time that you might not have an opportunity to present today, if you could just simply let Doreen know that you are leaving and you would be available for the next meeting. So Eric?
Thank you.
Crystal Spring.
So Crystal Springs MHP LLC is in front of the board with a subdivision application for 27 age-restricted retirement units with traditional stick-built attached garages. The board has reviewed the subdivision previously at the July 18th meeting. There was some discussion about potentially having sidewalks and scheduling a site walk, which we can certainly talk about later this evening. And we've also gone over the issue of expansions of a non-conforming use. A letter from the town attorney has been provided to the board regarding that issue. And staff is of the understanding that this is wouldn't constitute an expansion of a non-conforming use. And the planning board should take a look at that and as well as the other subdivision elements that were identified by the applicant. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
And for the applicant.
Good evening, Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers, here on behalf of Crystal Spring MHP LLC. On Zoom tonight, Brian is Will Boyle, in case he needs to jump in at any point. Will's the owner of the development. The proposal for the Crystal Spring Estates is the 27 single-family age-restricted community. There's going to be, there are 27 single-family age-restricted buildings, manufactured house built on axle transported to the site with stick-built two-car garages. Some are just single-car garage as well. This will be the redevelopment of the original Crystal Springs Mobile Home Park. It was built prior to 1970 and consisted of 30 mobile home units, Crystal Lane, David Drive, and Matthew Way. Based on the current zoning, the mobile home, a mobile home park is considered a special exception for the RF zone in discussions with codes and planning and further input from the town attorney. Since the existing development is a mobile home park and predates the zoning ordinance, it is our understanding that as long as we keep the density below the 30 units, we're not expanding the non-conforming use, not requiring approval from the ZBA. I know there were questions, I guess, from the board earlier on the number of the existing mobile home units that are out there now. There are currently 8 mobile homes that are on the site that were originally there before these manufactured homes were installed. By the end of the month, there'll be only one remaining. What is going on is there's several of the units that are moving out at the end of the month because and then one is waiting on their house to be constructed at this point. So once at the end of this month, there'll be only one mobile home left. With the 27 that we're proposing, there'll be up to 28 under the 30 units that'll be on the site. If in a future phase, the project does exceed the 30 units, a special exception permit will need to be obtained from the ZBA. In the most recent submission, we provided further detail and plans and supporting documents. We added the proposed signage related to the wetland fill limits along the edge of the wetland. We're proposing signs be placed along the edge around each one of the wetland saves that pretty much say that it's an existing natural resources and should not be expanded on from this point. The other item was about the grass clippings being exported off of the property. Angela or Eric suggested a note being added to the plan that does say that all the grass clippings will be exported from the site, and we have no problem with that. Additional erosion control measures have been shown on the plan. The confirmation of space for the fire trucks to maneuver through the site were included. As on this plan that in front of you, we're showing the proposed landscaping, which includes street trees that have already been planted along Crystal Lane. Each individual unit will have their own landscaping, and then the gazebo and the maintenance building have their own landscaping detail that kind of explains what the intent is. And then also the comment about the at the intersection of Crystal Lane and County Road, that we're going to be doing some clearing out there to make sure that there's adequate sight distance for the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit out on County Road. Last meeting, we did discuss the need for sidewalks throughout the site. We believe that they aren't going to be needed, mostly because it's not a typical feature for mobile manufactured housing communities. Most credible at this point is the Hillcrest retirement community down the road. They don't have any, and a lot of the other mobile homes that I looked at in the Saco area, Old Orchard, they don't have any sidewalks as well. They're going to be low levels of traffic. It's a rural area, and there's really no commercial destinations or surrounding sidewalk connections to make those sidewalk usable or benefit the development. As an alternative, we are shown for walking exercise, the walking trail around the property, which is shown on the site plan that was submitted. In recent conversations with planning codes, we will need to meet the manufactured housing community standards. There's 3 items that popped up. One was the minimum mobile home community lot per unit is 2,100 square feet. What we ended up doing was taking the site plan and making it more of a subdivision plan by showing what each individual unit is going to have for, I guess, an equivalent, I guess, term would be a limited common element for a condo. So they have the rights to the space within the lot, and each one of them is right around 5,000 square feet. And so we definitely have the space for that. The units will all be over 7 feet from the unit boundaries, exceeding the required 5 feet. And then the minimum setbacks, and it definitely meets all the standards for unit separation of the required 10 feet. Today, we did receive review comments from staff and the third-party traffic engineer, primarily wanting to add additional notes on or conditions to the plan, which we have no problem with. One comment was related to the designation of the wetland limits and the sign, and thinking that the signs may not be enough, and suggested a fence or boulders along the edges. I went out today and took a few pictures of what the rear of the buildings along David Drive would have, what the edge of that buffer looks like. There's a lot of these alders growing up through there that provide a pretty good designation of where the limits of the wetland impact are. What we propose is to put the signs actually on the trees so that they can know where the limit is. There's also, we do recognize that the areas like this that are considered meadow, it may not be a bad idea to have some type of definition of where the edge of that wetland is. So what we are proposing is along the back of these units here, 13, 14, 15, and 16, where it does back out up to the meadow. We were proposing, we'll propose a split rail fence along there. That way there is a defined line of where the edge of the wetland is and where you can't go beyond. So we'll definitely work with staff on showing the limits of where that fence will go. So we were hoping tonight to discuss the revisions to the project and the relatively small revisions that the staff still has regarding the notes and the fence or the boulders along the wetland limits, and also to determine if you would like to do a site walk. If you're okay with not having the site walk, we were hoping for final approval tonight, conditioned on the follow-up with the town staff, if you find that acceptable. Thank you for your time as always, and I'm here to answer any of the questions you may have.
Thank you. This item is subject to a period of public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment? How about online?
I just want to give it just a second, Madam Chair. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this point, but there are still 6 people who are attendees. I'm not sure if any of them wish to speak, but I'm not seeing any hands raised.
All right. Public comment is closed, and I turn to the board. Who would like to start? I'm actually, never mind. I'm going to ask Rick Meinking.
All righty.
Since Rick was the one that led this discussion last time, I appreciate his work on it.
Well, I'm the one that also am still not sold on the fact that just because you're a manufactured subdivision that you don't need sidewalks. I think people change over the years, and just because we have existing ones that don't have sidewalks, to me, does not mean that new subdivisions shouldn't have it. And I think 27 units is a large number of folks are going to live there, and they ought to be able to get out and walk around and feel secured and safe and enjoy the spirit of the neighborhood. So I continue to feel like there should be sidewalks. I also am having trouble following the lighting plan here. I see where you have designated where the lights would go, but we would like to see photometrics. And so that's something I would encourage you to make sure is available for the next submission, however that plays out.
Yeah, they're relatively short poles.
Are these are, yeah, I know you mentioned 14 feet.
Yeah.
But the symmetry of the lighting is what develops the cutoffs. And so we want to make sure that they're being cut off where they need to be cut off, and that there is enough light to actually accomplish what the purpose of the light is for. These look like they're going to be nice units. I mean, manufactured homes to me, you know, it's a way to bring down the cost of building, and they become affordable and nice. And I just think that would be a nice neighborhood in Scarborough. But if we don't have conductivity for those living there, it just is not inviting. So I'm going to leave it at that. And it's getting late, so I'm tired of talking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're tired, huh? Okay. Karen.
My opinion is a little different. You know, they were originally called trailers. We're now calling them manufactured homes. They're not supposed to be permanent. Sidewalks seem like a very permanent sort of thing that you would put in a development. This isn't a development. This is like a redoing of a trailer park. So I don't feel the need as much out in the middle of the woods for the need for a sidewalk. The other concern, I understand you guys have already started putting the work in. So now you have owners who are in their homes and you're saying, oh, we're going to take away part of your front lawn now to put in a sidewalk that they did not want. Just my personal feelings into that. I think the fence for the wetland is a great idea, the signs, all that. Otherwise, I think this is fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
On the fencing, I understand what you're talking about there. Now, when you showed the other video, was that behind units 1 through 4? On the right side of?
This one here. Yep.
1 through 4, right?
This is 1 through 4. Yep.
What about on the other side of units 6 through 10 and through 27? Under
So
wetlands over there too?
there,
And what does that look like?
that is all forested right now.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay. Are all these units that are existing there now, are they all on common land? Or are there actual lots?
There's no lots that I know of.
Okay.
That nothing was ever recorded that way.
But didn't you just say you were gonna set it up with
So-
lots?
That's,
The project is all on one lot, but the town's manufactured housing standards talk about minimum quote unquote lot sizes for the trailers to be, I think it's 2,100 square feet.
Okay,
So I think the intent, and when we worked with Jay and Will on this, was to show that they would have a minimum quote unquote lot area of 2,100 square feet
okay, all right.
to meet that standard.
I'm not, I don't have a problem with the sidewalk situation either, because I live in a very big neighborhood and we don't have sidewalks, and I mean, sidewalks would be nice, but I mean, we can't have sidewalks everywhere, so I don't think it's gonna stop people from walking around and riding their bikes or anything else they want, so. And I defer to Rick regarding the lighting, but geez, I'd hate to hold the whole thing up because of these lamps, these lamp poles that are gonna be out there, street lights. So. I don't know. And I assume if we approve this, then there's no need to go out on the sidewalk. I don't have anything else. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick DePerry.
So I think you did a good job with the presentation, nice job with the plans. I don't have I'll chime with Roger. I don't have a problem with those sidewalks either. Sorry, Rick, but I don't. In this particular instance, I mean, if it was a neighborhood where you're walking from hundreds of houses all interconnected by sidewalks, but this is one little neighborhood down a side street, and I don't have sidewalks. If I don't have sidewalks, nobody gets sidewalks.
You live in.
That's what I think Roger, I think that's what Roger said, though, wasn't it? Hey, I live in the neighborhood, I don't have sidewalks.
I'd like to have one, but I don't have one.
That's right. You're not getting one. And then the other thing, I have a question on lighting. I'm again with Roger, I wouldn't hold this thing up for lighting. And I actually have a question on lighting that I probably should know. I don't have my book with me. I should bring it. But, and before you answer, my question is, does the town have an ordinance on street lighting? And before you answer, I'll tell you this. The reason I ask is I do a lot of, at my work, I do a lot of taking poles and putting them underground. All of York and Wells and Cape Elizabeth and I always coordinate with the town, and 99% of the time, the towns don't, I'm taking down poles with streetlights. And they have the opportunity to put up, the decorative light things, and most towns, including and I'll use Cape Elizabeth because they're right next door. But I walk that town almost every other night with my brother, and it is dark. So Flagstaff, Arizona, where I used to live, had an ordinance against streetlights. You couldn't have a street light because people are trying to look at the stars. It's called noise pollution. That's what I'm doing. It's called light pollution. So 90% of the time when I put poles underground, the towns do not replace the light. They do not, it's one less $5 a month payment for that light that they got to give to the utility. So what's the town ordinance on lighting for streets now that I've gone through my dissertation?
So I don't believe we have an ordinance that regulates lighting. Lighting is discussed in the site plan review ordinance as well as the zoning ordinance with respect to standards. I know we have some, and maybe, I don't know if Brian knows, but I believe we have a dark skies provision. But
do or we don't?
I think we do. But other than that, I don't think there's any other ordinance regulating lighting in Scarborough.
I will there was a town, and I won't mention which town, but there was a town with 2,500 lights, streetlights, I know for a fact. And when they did the survey to purchase the lights and redo the lights, that town went from 2,500 lights to less than 1,000. So the intent was to get rid of the lights. And so I don't know, if I lived in this little neighborhood, I'd like to walk through it and just look up at the stars and not necessarily have any lights. But I guess if there's not a town ordinance and there's, so do they need lights?
Well, the subdivision ordinance doesn't specifically require lighting as a completeness item. I think in general with subdivisions, the town likes to have the lighting, at least the lights and their location shown, and make sure they're, less than 20 feet. They meet all of our other standards.
Okay, so
But I don't think as a completeness item, it's really technically required, but the board certainly can ask for it if it feels appropriate.
okay, well, I think that the way most, if the road is going to be conveyed to the town at some point, the town pays for those lights. So I'm not, I guess where I'm going with this is, if they put one light in the middle of the cul-de-sac there, I don't know what, it doesn't appear that we have lighting requirements from what I'm hearing. So, and the town would pay for those lights, and as far as not necessarily pay for the lighting and the light poles and the fixtures themselves. But if the road gets conveyed to the town, then the town pays for those lights to be on. And I know that most towns are reducing the lighting, not adding lights. So I don't have any issues with this project. I think it's a good project, and I'm okay with the sidewalks, and I'm actually okay with no lights. That's all I got. Chad, you're up.
Yeah.
Madam
Chad,
Chair.
you're up.
Yeah, as far as lighting, it looks like you've got a layout already in place, and I guess just confirmation the cistern is covered as far as the fire tank.
Yes, it's already in.
So I guess that's all the comments I have.
Okay. Well, I have some comments. First of all, Eric is attempting to coordinate a site walk for Saturday morning. A site visit, yeah, a walk.
On the sidewalk?
A site, no, a site. Site, T.
We want to keep you happy, Rick.
A site walk for Saturday morning. So we can talk about that later in the board comments and in Eric's comments. In terms of lighting, I have to consider the population that this development is going to attract, and that's basically age 55 plus. And I know when I go walking at night, I kind of like to have a good sense of where I'm putting my feet. And as such, I think lighting is very appropriate considering the age of the population that you're aiming for.
So
It is a combination, it's a combination, I guess it really is safety. It's as much lighting as it is providing guidance and wayfaring for folks who might have difficulty seeing at night, something I understand. And it is important for safety. Sidewalks, actually, with the Rick on this side, I like the idea of sidewalks. Just because older developments do not have them does not mean that they're important, and we have not been adding them time and time again as subdivisions have come before us. And some of the subdivisions that have come before us have been smaller than this, and we've said sidewalks. Sidewalks provide for ages 55 plus, which I passed many more than 20 years ago. The sidewalks provide stability, and at age 55 plus, folks, you're going to have folks there who have mobility issues, and pushing a walker down a road is not necessarily conducive to folks going out. Those people who are physically able to take advantage of the trail system, that's great. You're going to have some folks who aren't. And at that point, sidewalks become something that's extremely important, becomes an amenity for the 55 plus. So I come down on the side of the sidewalks. We do not have anything prepared today for an approval, for a motion. And my thinking is why this would not be a final site approval today is you have indicated that by the end of the month, there will be only one trailer left, and that would ensure that what you've proposed is under the 30 number of what's allowed there. But right now, you've asked for the 27 plus 8, I believe that you said you've already had there. So in other words, that would, if we were to approve it now, you would actually have to really then go to the ZBA to get that exception. On the other hand, at the point at which those trailers are removed, that's no longer moot. And what you then have is a subdivision that falls within the parameters of what you've asked for once those other trailers are moved. Now, what you've said is that's going to happen by the end of the month. We have one more hearing in August, the 29th. Are you going to have those trailers removed by the 29th?
I don't believe so, not by the 29th. Now, would it be an option that we include as a condition of approval?
We remember, we have no
Yeah, you don't have
no
that at this
motion
point.
tonight.
Yeah, but just as an option is to provide approval with the condition that you will not give the certificate of occupancy for the last, I guess it would be 6 of the 27 until those trailers are removed.
I don't know that that's something that we could do, but I think something that we could do is to see a phasing plan. In other words, that you're putting in the first 10 houses in the first phase. And that ultimately you cannot get to the second or third phase until all of the trailers are removed. That's a possibility.
Okay.
And I think that's something, I can't speak entirely for the board, but I think that's something that would be possible once we're really clear that you're actually in the way of moving those out. And it provides us with an assurance that we're not going to approve something that all of a sudden there's more, there are more houses on site than actually can be allowed.
Now, if they're just empty mobile homes, would they still need to be removed?
Yes,
to meet
because they possibly could then be occupied. Yeah.
Okay.
So again, present us with a phasing plan. How many are you going to move first? How many are going to move next?
Right.
Or put in next? And come back to us on the 29th. Or when you have them done, but I would suggest the 29th if you look at phasing. And then I also like the idea of the fences that you have in back that protect the wetlands there. I think that's a good idea. Do you have enough from us?
Actually, I do. I was thinking about the sidewalks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 7 units along David Drive on one side and 6 on the other. If you try putting a sidewalk in, you're going to have a tip down for each one of those driveways. So you're going to have 2 tip downs for each one of them. So you're probably only going to have a sidewalk, a flat sidewalk for probably maybe 15, 20 feet till you go down to the next one and you go back up. These are just very densely spaced units.
Yeah, understood, but that
So I
can
think
be,
it'd be
that
more
can be done
stable.
by your showing us why it really is not possible. In other words, demonstrate to us that it can't be done. If you believe that putting in a sidewalk would create more problems than it solves in terms of mobility for your client population, then show us that.
Okay.
I haven't heard, I haven't heard anybody willing to die on this cause. And well, maybe somebody might, but I think I think it is possible. I am looking at this. I'm looking at the time. Do we have any more? Are you all set?
I'm all set.
Thank you very much. We're going to close this and we have one more opportunity to hear something, and I know the board members are not going to be happy. Number 13, AR Building requests a site plan review to establish 10 multifamily structures on a 57-acre parcel located at 35 Mussey Road, Assessors Map R38, Lot 1. You 2 minutes of 10.
So just to kind of speed things up, AR Building is in front of the board with a site plan for a multifamily development with 10 buildings on a 57-acre parcel at 35 Muzzy Road. It includes 3-story buildings and a 1-story clubhouse and a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom market rate units. It would also preserve 32 acres of open space adjacent to Warren Woods. The board has seen this, as this is a planned development, multiple times in both the site inventory plan, the master plan phase, and now come the final site plan review. So staff's main concerns mostly revolve around offsite improvements and traffic, which the board might want to review once those are designed, as well as looking at other improvements that are going to be coming in the area soon. So with that, I would turn it back to the board, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the developer.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Emily Mitchell. I'm Vice President of Development with AR Building Company. I know it's very late, so I really appreciate the opportunity to come forward to you tonight. I also know you've seen this plan several times, so we'll make sure to keep our comments brief so that we can have time for that discussion. So I'm Emily Mitchell. I'm here with Nikki Conant. She's with Sebago Technics. She's our traffic engineer. Online, we have Brandon Carr. He's with Patriot Engineering. He's our civil engineer. And he'll be presenting the site plan tonight if he can share his screen. Also online is Brad Groff. He's our architect with Indivina, and Jason Kambitsis, our president with AR Development Company. So can Brandon pull up his screen and go ahead and give you a quick overview of our site plan and what we've done since we talked to you at master plan. We also had a chance to review the comments from staff, and we can address those as well.
Yeah, hello, Brandon Carr with Patriot Engineering. I think I need to be added as a panelist or something for the ability to share my screen. All right, good evening. 1 second here. All right, can everybody see that?
Yeah.
All right. Again, I thank you. Like Emily, thanks for hearing us tonight. I know it's getting late, so I'm just going to flip through these slides very quick. You've seen most of this content. I'll try to just highlight any changes since our last meeting, and if anybody has any questions on the site layout of the project, they can ask them. I think we covered who AR Building is the last few meetings, just a couple of representative pictures of their projects, the interior and exterior. I think by now everybody's fairly familiar with the site location. Again, we're proposing 10 buildings, total of 120 units. It's a mixture of 61, 62 bed units. We meet all the dimensional and density requirements. We meet the parking space requirement. We have entrances on both Mussey and Gorham roads. They're both full entrances. The one on Gorham Road would be, it's the existing location is signalized, and we would be adding a signal head. Nikki can speak in specifics to traffic after me. I know most of the staff comments were centered around them, but I'll try to pick out any of the ones that staff had or the board had last time we met. Stormwater, utilities, sewer and water haven't changed since the last hearing. Site layout has not changed, other than we did take some of the board's comments on the northern side. I'll flip to the landscaping plan to kind of illustrate this. But there's some comments from the board the last time about the base of the project and the frontage on Mussey Road and Gorham Road. And we tried to dress that up a little bit. We showed the buildings last time and how the fronts really, they don't really have a back. The fronts face the building, the parking in the same facade faces the road. We added a lot of street trees and landscaping along Mussey and Gorham Road to give that streetscape quality. We added sidewalks from entrance to entrance on the plans submitted. We've also received the comments that we got from staff and from the peer reviewer on adding additional sidewalks and pedestrian crossings. And I think Emily can confirm, but we're in agreement to do those improvements outlined. We just haven't had time to illustrate them on the plans yet. One thing I will point out is on Mussey Road, one of the comments from the peer reviewer was to extend the sidewalk down along the entire frontage. And that kind of corresponds to some of the board's comments about the school that's to the west of us. We're in agreement to add the additional sidewalk. We just want to investigate it further. It might make sense to put that on the northern side of Mussey Road. That way it's adjacent to the school, and also that section of the right of way is flatter and it's a wider section of right of way. It doesn't have some wetland impacts at the southern side that really limit our access past this entrance. We added some sidewalk connections out to the street and some benches and signage and decorative lighting around the clubhouse here, some bike racks to really tie that into the intersection. There was a comment from staff on dumpster locations. We show 3 dumpster locations now. Those would be, we don't have a detail on the plan, but those typically would be enclosed by a CMU enclosure. So a concrete block wall on 3 sides and then a wooden gate on the 4th on the front. We've added snow storage to the plans. Stormwater we went over last time. I'm not sure if there's any questions on that. And then the landscaping, like I said, we updated it. We providing all native species. And then I spoke to this last time, but we are still coordinating with the land trust on dedication of, I think, about 30 acres. I forget the exact number, but it's more than half the site, basically the entire site south of the Nonsuch River. And then these are the same images you saw last time. They haven't been updated for that sidewalk connection out and that additional landscaping and site furniture on the front of the clubhouse. But they just give you some representation of the scale of the development from the roadways. And then these are the same elevations you saw. And you can kind of see that these are the front, well, you know, the 2 long faces of the building are pretty much identical. So it's not like the back of the building would be facing the road, since the main entrance is facing the parking lot. It's kind of the same building on the 2 sides. Then just the same unit layout I think you saw last time. And then I will flip it back to Nikki to discuss her traffic report and the staff comments and the peer review comments on traffic.
Thanks, Brandon. I'm Nikki Conant from Sebago Technics. A lot of this stuff regarding traffic, we kind of went over at high level at the last meeting. The project is expected to generate 56 trips in the AM peak hour and 68 in the PM. So it doesn't put us above thresholds for a traffic movement permit from Maine DOT. Based on the level of trip generation, our study area intersections where the site drives, like Brandon mentioned, the drive on Gorham Road will be coming into a signal. So we'll be signalizing our leg of that approach. And so as a part of this and the designs of the potential offsites, the Downs is coming through and doing adaptive signal upgrades at these 3 signals. So our role would be designing to interface with the improvements that they're already slated for. And as Brandon discussed, a lot of the comments in regards to traffic were in terms of pedestrian accessibility and accommodations around the site. And the applicant is agreeable into looking into this. So that will kind of all be slated out in the design process in terms of the pedestrian upgrades and making everything accessible with Americans with Disabilities Act at the signalized intersections and interfacing that with the existing signal infrastructures. So that's kind of the overarching themes with traffic, and we can address any comments from the board as it comes up. Thanks.
Yeah, so as Nikki said, we understand your comments regarding the pedestrian connections. We think having our site connecting to the rest of the neighborhood is what really draws us to the site. So we're definitely willing to consider it and looking into it and really meet with the staff and peer reviewers to kind of iron out those details. One thing we did want to have as part of the conversation would be, because these are offsite improvements, is there a way that we could work with the board for kind of a payment in lieu, where we would put forward a payment for these offsite pedestrian improvements and the town would build them to their standards. So that's also something we wanted you to consider tonight. Before I hand it back over to the board, I just wanted to see if Jason or Brandon, if you had any further comments that you would want to add.
I think I'm all set, Emily. This is Brandon. I don't know if Jason's there.
Hello, it's Jason Kambitsis from AR Building. Nice to be here tonight. No, I think everybody covered it. I think the big question was, these improvements and everything past the entrances, as we discussed before. We get into wetlands and those issues with that. And, how can we make that work as it's almost untenable to do that work? Regarding all the rest of the comments, I have nothing else further to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're done?
Yes,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a matter of an item subject to a public comment. Is there anybody in the room who would like to make a comment? Brian, anyone online? All right, I'm going to slowly internally count backward from 10 and then close it. Public hearing is closed. I turn this over to the board. Who would like to go first? Roger?
I basically, first I have a question for Eric on your under pedestrian features. I just wanted clarification on the sidewalks located outside the street right away. Are you referring to the corner up there?
Yes, yep.
Okay, and what should they be doing there?
So one of the requirements of this town site plan review ordinance is that any facilities or sidewalks located outside of the right of way be given to the town as an easement of some sort so that we can still access and maintain those facilities. So that's sort of the standard that that comment was getting at.
Okay, so should that be a big issue to correct that?
No, I think that's a relatively minor
Okay.
issue.
All right.
In my opinion, I don't know, but Emily or
Okay.
Yes, we can dedicate that to the town.
Yep.
Unless you want to plow the sidewalks. Okay, all right. No, I think it's a great project and I think it's gonna, this is what a town village center is all about. It's gonna really enhance this area right there. The only suggestion I would have, and I thought about this from the very first presentation, is I think when you look at the buildings like 9, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, when people want to get to the clubhouse, they're gonna want to walk right next to that wetland area, right in the middle. And I would suggest you consider some sort of a pathway, walking pathway. Because I doubt they're gonna walk all the way around to get, they're gonna find a more direct route. So that's the only, otherwise I think it looks like a terrific project.
Thank you. Yeah, we can definitely look at that.
Who'd like to go next? Karen?
One comment on the stormwater. I just noticed on the staff comment, the last one was saying that as proposed with 1 pond and 4 base shown, the designer should provide alternative treatment locations throughout the site. And I'm just wondering if we've seen that, or is that what we're gonna see next?
Go ahead.
I would ask Brandon to address that, unless you wanted to comment first, Eric. There's things around the soil conditions on site that make that difficult to do.
Yeah, so again, Brandon Carr from Patriot Engineering. So the comment basically states that LID, guidelines under low impact development are that stormwater practices are kind of scattered throughout the site to treat at like 1 acre intervals. As Emily mentioned, the soils on the site, especially on that kind of upper tier that I mentioned above the sewer easement, are very unfavorable to any type of stormwater treatment or infiltration. We looked at that when, we've done a series of geotechnical borings and different test pits throughout the whole site. And any measures up there would really be limited to treatment and filtering and subdraining it, and then still conveying it kind of down the hill to a larger system down here to treat for peak mitigation. And what that, since you wouldn't want to filter it at the top and then put it back into the drainage system, what it would really result in is almost, and you couldn't infiltrate it into the ground, you'd almost result in two drainage systems. You'd have a kind of a dirty water system coming from the top and then a clean water down. So it would have, some substantial cost impacts. So, when we were doing the master planning for the site, we did look at different options in different areas, and there's some topographical challenges up at the top of the site and the sewer easement and things like that that really limit the area that we have up here. So we settled on this, on the pond in the back. And if we remember when we talked last time, we chose a device that can be, it's a almost constructed wetland, wet pond, and it's basically constructed in soils of that nature. It doesn't rely on any type of infiltration or soil filtration to get those treatments. And it's a practice that's designed to handle larger areas and also provide kind of a more natural looking treatment system and provide, sometimes even as they, grow in and are vegetated, provide some sort of habitat. We thought it worked well in the location it is here, adjacent to those wetlands, kind of almost an extension of those wetlands in a way. Although it's, man-made and manicured, it's, it is kind of a more of a natural feature than a dry detention basin or a sand filter or things like that. So, we could illustrate options, but it would be really kind of just add unnecessary costs and be infeasible for this, especially this top tier area of the site. And I guess that would be my response to that comment. I mean, we could further illustrate it if the board or staff wants that detail, but that's kind of the overall description of the issue.
I think the memo says that they should provide alternate treatment locations, and that's what should be done. I don't know if cost is really what determines to us. When I drive by that land is up and down and all around, and stormwater drainage is definitely a concern when you look at that lot. So, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, with Angela not being here, it's sort of hard to comment, but I can certainly work with her, and Brandon and Emily, we can certainly work with you guys as well to come to a resolution on that. Yep.
Thanks.
All right, who'd like to go next?
I'll go.
Okay, gonna head this way.
Because
Rick?
I'm just going to talk about the lighting as usual. Your plans indicate that they're 25-foot poles and our ordinance is 20. And I'm not sure you shouldn't be at 20. Is there a reason why you're at 25?
So when I was listening to the comments earlier, I was reviewing the staff comments, and I was like, oh, I think they're referring to our project. So Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we can certainly meet the town standards for the lighting ordinance and make sure that our lighting works in accordance with that.
That also includes the illumination. You're way high on your parking lot lighting. And if you're reflective, if Rab, who is your lighting vendor, there is absolutely, well, maybe there's a little, but the clubhouse has no lighting around it, and there's no lighting from that sidewalk coming from the road. I think generally, if you looked at this lighting plan and said, okay, we've got parking lot lights and then we have pedestrian lights. And the pedestrian lights could be done with bollards, just coming up. So it at least marks the sidewalks, because in some cases you're going to be in complete darkness walking on a sidewalk. And I don't think any of us would want that. So I would suggest maybe now that you have to lower your pole height, that's going to change the entire photometrics. So I would take a look at it and see if you can't do a little less emphasis on as much light in the parking areas, and also keep in mind that pedestrian ways need to be lit up. And this can be accomplished with bollards. All right, that's all I have.
Great. And I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. We'll certainly look at it. I think what the lighting plan may not be seeing from the plan itself is the lighting on the building in and around the clubhouse. So we'll add that in and make sure we're covering all the sidewalks in and around the area.
Thanks.
Thank you. And starting down here, Rick DePerry.
I don't have a lot of comments other than I like this project before. I was supposed to say that. I think this is a good project. And I don't see any issues with it. And I think they fixed some of the things that we had talked about in the past. So I do have a question somewhat unrelated to my approval, because I already said I'd do that. How many units are in each? It's 120 units total, right? 10 buildings. Is it an even split 10 units in each, 12 units in each building, or?
Yes, 12 units in each building, and they're a 50-50 mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Okay, and it's, are the buildings all identical from that standpoint? Same mix of, okay.
Yes, they are.
I do your electrical layout, so I'm just figuring it out in my head now, doing a little, trying to get caught up, so I don't have to think about it tomorrow. All right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't see any issues with it. I think we should keep it moving forward. That's all I have.
Thank you. Chad.
Yeah, just a couple comments. As far as the rendering in the pool, maybe a different screening around as far as the fence, folks sitting, I guess, at the intersection might want to maybe a little more visual buffer. And then does the clubhouse also take care of mail and package delivery, or is that at the individual units? Just
Typically,
curiosity.
I'm sorry. Typically, we would do it at the clubhouse, whether it's inside or outside the clubhouse. We usually work through with the mail service in the area, but it's centralized.
That's all I have.
And we will, of course, look at the screening in and around the pool. I think if you look at the landscape plan, it's a lot more detailed in terms of the types of landscaping that we would have instead of this aerial.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple of things. The staff noticed that noted that you are proposing the drive aisles at 24 feet. And that does require a waiver, so a very explicit waiver. So in the next submission, ensure that there is an explicit waiver in there, and be ready to tell us why you want them, since it is up to the applicant to convince us. I've got a little bit of a strange question here, but the right turn lane on Mussey Road, if that happens, if that comes about, is that going to create problems with the setback of the buildings or the clubhouse? Because that's going to take up more, it's going to take some of the land there.
Yes, that's a great question. And we just recently received these comments, so we haven't been able to look at it in detail, but we had a preliminary conversation. We kind of were looking at Google Earth today. We think we can make that work. Okay, because the time to make sure is now before the road goes in and you find you've got a little problem. I was especially concerned about the location of the clubhouse, which appears to be closer to the road, right where there would be a problem. So I do think you need to take a look at that and make sure that you've protected yourself if that lane comes in the future. We certainly will, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
All right, I don't think I have any more questions. Well, I've got a bunch of stuff here. Do you have any problems with the comments or for the traffic solutions? Anything there that you have difficulty with or need to talk to the staff about, or are we all set with some of their suggestions there?
So I think we're all set with them in principle. We need to look at them in more detail, and we will come to a kind of agreement with staff on that. In terms of the pedestrian improvements and making sure those are ADA accessible, one of the things we want to talk about staff is maybe a payment in lieu because some of them are off-site. The other thing that we want to just make sure we can discuss with staff is the sidewalk along Mussey. I know the comments asked for it to go along the entire edge of the property. But in that case, we're running into the shoreline zone and the wetlands and some difficult elevation changes. So I think that will be difficult for us to navigate on our side. But one thing we want to talk to the town about was we understand that the pedestrian connection, what we heard is that the pedestrian connection from our side to the school on that side is important. And so possibly if there's room within that right of way, can we do it on the other side of the street so that we wouldn't be impacting those wetlands, but we would still be making that pedestrian connectivity. So that's something we'll talk to staff about, and I'm sure we can come to an agreement on it.
All right, thank you. And certainly the board has in the past agreed upon an in lieu fee, so ensure that that's in your application and work with the staff on that. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, I guess my main question to the staff tonight is I really appreciate all your comments, and I'm just wondering, are we at the point where we could get a conditional approval from the board, assuming that we can come to agreement on these off-site traffic improvements tonight?
Not tonight. We don't have a draft motion. I don't see, given your willingness to work with the town and the staff, I don't see there would be much of a problem at the next meeting. Can't promise anything. But I think we're very close and your willingness to work with the town and work with Eric. And by that time, there'll be also a new planner here. Basically, you're just about there.
Okay.
Right.
Just want to check with my colleagues online real quick before we close it out. I know it's late. Brandon, Jason, did you want to add anything?
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything further tonight. No, thank you.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank
much.
you very much.
I really appreciate it.
No, we're not going to do another. Staff report.
Thank you. I'll make this quick. We've had a couple of COs given out in town. Route 136 Route 1 Varney Insurance was given a certificate of occupancy. We have a performance agreement in place with them for a couple of smaller things. So they're up and running now. The Blue Wave Solar out off of Beach Ridge Road, specifically on Johnson Road, that the board approved back in December, should be receiving its building permit. If it didn't today, then likely tomorrow. So that should be up and running in the next couple months. Abbott, we approved a modular trailer at 10 Southgate. So they are requesting CO, and we are currently reviewing their traffic signal upgrade documentation, as that was a condition of approval with the Route 1 signal. Last but not least, in order for you to leave, which I know makes it a high priority, I'd ask that all the board members see Doreen, or I don't know where you put it, but the Higas District Subdivision Plan. Hopefully we can all sign that before leaving and get that to the Downs folks so we don't have to see them again. Not that we don't love them, but
We'll see him again.
yeah, we'll see them again. But I think that's all I have. I guess I just did want to confirm we have scheduled a site walk for Crystal Springs for Saturday morning at 8:30. Barring any comments on wanting to change that or not hold it, I think we'll start sending out notices tomorrow if that's okay with the board.
was just about to put it in my calendar. In general, the folks going to be able to attend that? Good, good. Yeah, well, if we can have a good showing, that's fine. It's not everybody who can do it. Eric will send out a reminder of what actually a site walk is and what the protocols are
I
for it.
think you already did.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. Yeah, well, it's the someplace
I
on
didn't
my
read it,
phone.
but I think he sent it.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, minor development reviews,
None at this time.
correspondence,
None at this time.
planning board comments. Roger?
Yeah, I just have one. I would just like to acknowledge the passing of Bud Hanson. I don't know how many of you folks.
Who?
Bud Hanson.
Oh, yeah.
He actually served on this board for I think 3 terms. Great guy, very, very dedicated to the community, volunteered in a number of different ways, and both he and his wife. And his passing is unfortunate because, I mean, he's the type of people you want in the community. He's really very outgoing, very extremely friendly, and just a terrific guy.
Thanks for that, Roger. Other board comments?
Just are we keeping, what are we're keeping Atlantic? Are we keeping Atlantic and Sprague for next week? We keeping these two?
I would recommend keeping Atlantic. Sprague, I think, is going to be resubmitting additional materials.
Okay.
So
What about the Crossroads?
they are also going to be submitting additional materials. So I think the only one that needs to be kept is Atlantic.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back in the bag too, because I know Doreen will find it.
And I'm gonna throw my stuff in. somebody else's bag.
Okay,
I picked my
if-
stuff up.
if there are no other comments, hey, wait a minute, I got a comment here.
Pay attention.
Yeah. Just one thing about the firehouse. There had been, at the firehouse, there had been quite a few comments about the weeds growing up there. Where the Harbor Fish Market is. Yeah, there'd been, the site had not been terribly taken care of, and there were quite a few comments, and that has now been taken care of. I don't know whether the town went in or the developer went in, but.
Are you
it's-
talking
it's-
about where the apartment building is that we saw is supposed to go? Or did you mean
Well,
on
the whole,
new
thing,
landscape?
right at the front, the whole landscape.
Right along Route 1.
Really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, the weeds were pretty excessive.
Huh.
And I got calls, and I'm sure the town got calls too. But that's been taken care of. I know Avesta is still looking at that site and still planning on developing there. Construction costs have gone up considerably, and a lot of the folks working on low-income housing have gone back to their funding sources to try and make up the difference in what they can do. I know Cumberland County ARPA just approved some additional funding for that site specifically, and a couple of others. So that is all I have. Anybody else? Motion to adjourn? Well, I got a second. I got a second from Karen. Can I have the motion?
I'll motion it.
Okay, Rick Banking motions, Karen second. Seeing everybody getting up to leave right now, meeting is adjourned.